Alright. Shut up, a how. Blech, blech. Okay, I just condensed all my resin. I don't know if you saw that in chat. I went into... I wanted to say some resin, right, for Xilonen, because boss farming, her boss launches in 5.1 for some reason. And I just went into here, I was like, I'm going to condense like 1 or 2 resin, right, just so I don't cap resin while maintenance is going on, and I can save the rest for boss farming. And then I forgot that it defaulted to like using all of your resin now. It just autos, and I just click craft, and so I have no resin now. Oh well. I mean, thankfully I have. That's a stupid message. Thankfully I have a bunch of fragiles, so like I'll be able to get her leveled up fully today. We'll do a stream tomorrow, by the way, actually testing Xilonen. Obviously we don't have it right now because you can see this banner is still live. Maintenance hasn't even started yet. So. Anyways, yeah, the structure of the stream. So I'm gonna like try to, if you're gonna answer, if you're joined right now live, and you're gonna ask questions in the chat. First I'm gonna start with like doing a baseline like kit overview, right? So we can reach that baseline understanding of her kit, and I'm gonna try to like I'm gonna do this a little bit differently than I've done in the past. I'm gonna try to describe it in like levels. Not that many levels, but tiers of like, because her kit is fundamentally pretty simple. It's actually, she's a character kit that because she's so similar to existing things we have in the game, I think it's pretty easy to evaluate whether or not she's actually relevant for your account. So that's my hope, is like, hopefully there's some of the things I'll be yapping about with describing her kit and answering questions from people, and like comparing her to Kazuha or whatever, will let you figure out, you know, if you need to pull for, not, I shouldn't say need, no characters that need to pull, but if you would, if Xilonen could be a valuable, or Xilonen, whatever you want to say her name is, if she's worth your primo gems, right? We will see. Ultimately you're gonna have to evaluate it on your own account, right? I'm not going to be able to give you a 100% solid answer, but I will be able to provide you, hopefully, information that might help you decide, right? And we're going to be talking probably a lot about Kazuha, because of how similar her buffs are to Kazuha. Like, actually, let's start with level, like, the lowest level description of, like, Xilonen's kit is she gives Kazuha tier buffs, but she doesn't have the grouping and damage dealing that Kazuha has. Which you might say, oh, well then she's just a lot worse than Kazuha. Well, no, because one, she can buff Geo units in double Geo teams. She can buff Geo units, which is something Kazuha can't do. And then she has healing, which is obviously something can't do, so she's a little bit more defensive focused than Kazuha is more offensive focused. And healing is potentially very valuable, because, you know, a certain character exists that changes the value of healing substantially in this game. So like the equation of like how the simple equation of how valuable Xilonen could be to your account is, one, do you have Farina? Because Farina changes the value of healers. And if you have Farina, okay, what kinds of healers do you have in your account? Because if your account is in a state like mine, where I have, you know, plenty of premium healer options available, that, you know, there's less potential need to get, you know, another healer option, but she still can be valuable even on my account, of course. And then, in particular, I want her actually because of being able to buff Geo units more. But anyways, I already mentioned that. Right, so low level is like, she buffs similar to Kazuha, but doesn't do the damage dealing grouping, but she does have healing. And then notably, her buff, she has a Red Shred buff that, you know, how Kazuha, to get Red Shred, is in the artifact set, and you have to trigger Swirl, and it only lasts 10 seconds, so like it has uptime problems with a lot of situations. Like you don't get the full VV buff for like your full amount of damage output on mini characters, right? The most obvious example of this would be like Sino, who lasts like 10 years on field, and like VV does very little for him because of that. So anyways, Kazuha's buff, right, also from his passive, is a 8-second buff, right? So these are significant buffs, but short duration. Xilonen gives her damage percent through the artifact set, and then Red Shred in her base kit. Kazuha is the reverse, gives damage bonus in his kit through his passive, with being built for EM, and then gives Red Shred from the artifact set. She gives higher uptime buffs, right? but doesn't have the offensive utility, the damage utility, the grouping utility that Kazuha has, but does have defensive utility and does have ease of use. Honestly, I would say for the average player, because of the fact that I have seen the average Kazuha build I have seen, my Kazuha has Xiphos, by the way, so I get to cheat. So I do have enough ER, but he's not on field right now, so it doesn't show the ER. But you know, I'd say the average Kazuha player does not have enough ER in their Kazuha to burst consistently. And like, if you're not using a Kazuha that can burst consistently, and like if you have Kazuha already, an easy way to evaluate how valuable Xilonen could be to you is if you think about like have you used Kazuha and seen, oh, Kazuha just isn't buffing this character that I'm using with him for very long, or it doesn't seem like he's buffing at all. It's because, like, you know, you didn't, like, maybe you're doing something with Nahida and you're not getting a Dendro Swirl, right? Or sorry, obviously you're not getting a Dendro. You're not getting an Electro Swirl with Nahida because of the fact that Nahida, like, eats all the Electro that you apply, which makes it really hard to, like, swirl Electro. Like, the ease of use of Xilonen giving Res Shred, which is a bigger buff than the damage bonus, right? Like she will have similar issues to Kazuha as far as like trying to get the damage bonus buff going, but the Res Shred is basically automatic. Just you get it based on how you configure the team, which we'll get into those specifics. Whereas Kazuha, you have to do Swirl to do any of its buffs, right? So you get some buff guaranteed from Xilonen, where you don't necessarily from Kazuha. So like the ease of use of Xilonen and her being a defensive unit that helps keep you alive, I honestly think for the average player, and we're talking, this includes like the really casual players, the players who invest at really, really low levels in their characters, right? I'm not talking on a hyper optimization level. I'm talking on a holistic level. I think Xilonen is probably more valuable to Kazuha, more valuable than Kazuha to many, many players. So, you know, but that's not like a blanket, like it applies to everyone situation though, right? And that might be a little bit of an uncommon take, I think, because on like a math damage output numbers level and like uniqueness of like grouping value level, I think Kazuha is a more unique, more interesting, stronger character. He is stronger, and I think he has much more interesting mechanics going on. But I think for the average player, Xilonen could be better just by ease of use. And ease of like being able to be useful, notably without much investment either. Like Kazuha wants you to, like, you know, farm full EMVV, which, you know, many people have experienced can be annoying. Even though like on the scale of how difficult some things can be to farm for in Genshin, just getting EM main stats kind of thing on Kazuha was not that hard. But if you're someone who feels it is hard to get even just EM main stats alone on Kazuha, you're probably the type of player who like would gain meaningful value from someone like Xilonen, not requiring much investment. So, right, I have yet to get a second EM. I mean, like I get it. Particularly if you're farming for like, you know, the right amount of like ER substats. If you want to like have a hyper optimized, it's not easy. Like part of the reason I'm glad I have Xiphos, and part of the reason I was willing to go so hard into trying to get R5 Xiphos was because I didn't want to try to farm ER substats in VV. I wanted to use my cope artifacts, right? I like my defense percent. Let me live in it. But you know, point being, right? It's not easy to build Kazuha compared to Xilonen. Is extremely easy to build. You can just force the 4P set bonus and she can technically be functional, right? So anyways, Kazuha, yes, can be scuffed and still get the job done for sure. That is absolutely true. But yeah, that's like the very low level comparison, right? Is if you have Kazuha, it should be pretty easy to evaluate the situation Xilonen is relevant in by your experience of using Kazuha. Like if you've used him, for example, if you think about, let's do like an obvious use case first. Where Kazuha should normally be better in aggravate teams. So yeah, like a Sethos team. This is actually probably one of the examples of teams I'm most curious to test Xilonen in, which we will test her tomorrow. So this would be Xilonen replacing Kazuha. So Kazuha's buffs, if I want to do the full sequence on Sethos of doing burst and charge attacks, or just charge attack spam with my weird Sethos build, because he spends a decent amount of time on field, right? Then I run out of the buffs essentially. And even with just Kirara's Dendro, because of the fact that her burst, when you burst in Kirara, it can be really good to do that in this team because it gives you a bunch of Dendro. It can apply Dendro and AoE. But when I swirl with Kazuha, I pull all the little balls and the little Dendro bombs that she creates together, and that applies a whole bunch of Dendro at once, which can actually make it hard to swirl Electro, even with Kirara. There's some weird inconsistencies, is my point. It's usually not that problematic, and Kazuha's grouping is very valuable, and Kazuha's off-field damage is very valuable in this team as well. But there can be some upside of just the automatic more ease of getting a buff and healing, because just Kirara alone can potentially keep the team alive, but having healing isn't a downside. So yeah, swirl setups can be really awful sometimes. In context my the Arlecchino Candace team, right? In this team, right, it's very easy to get VV buff going. You just Arlecchino E, Bennett E, Q. This is how I do it. You can technically do it slightly differently. Yeah, Arlecchino E, Bennett Q. I don't even use Bennett's E normally in this team. Kazuha E, Candace EQ, do Arlecchino things. Xilonen in this team, is she an upside? Not really, right? The healing doesn't really do anything because it's on-field healing and she literally can't even be healed. And then what else is the benefit? Not much realistically. To be clear, you can run out of VV buff for Arlecchino too, but because of the fact that Arlecchino's damage itself is front-loaded, running out of the VV buff towards the end doesn't really matter. And by the way, there is some interesting nuance. In some ways, Sucrose can actually be better for VV vape teams than Kazuha because of shorter field time requirements and whatever, but we're not gonna get into that. Point being, this is not a context where I feel like I care at all. Why do I need Xilonen in here, right? She doesn't do anything. Versus the value of Kazuha is quite high because of the fact that Arlecchino and Candace have AoE, but they're AoE that work well together. But I oftentimes would want grouping to be able to group the enemies together so that I can get vapes on all three enemies at the same time, kind of thing. Whereas Xilonen obviously not doing grouping is going to be it's just going to be a downside. There's no upside to Xilonen here. But also if you're in a situation where you don't have Kazuha at all and you want to get similar damage, it's not going to be that crazy of a downside. It's not the damage would be bad. It's just you're going to be more dependent on trying to group enemies. If you're going to be more dependent on enemies that group themselves or let you have the ability to group themselves by abusing how they move. Like this current Abyss, the first chamber has a bunch of samurai Kairagi dudes that will rush at you. There's meanings you don't necessarily need Kazuha for grouping in that situation. And Xilonen could be just basically the same performance functionally as Kazuha then, or a little bit better. So anyways, yeah, it could be better for multi-wave too. Yes, there's all kinds of little nuances where if you've used Kazuha a lot, you can probably see the obvious value adds of having a higher uptime VV buff tier. By the way, for sake of comparison, I think so. Kazuha so I have a 1000 EM Kazuha build. Most players, if you're trying to optimally use Kazuha and have the ability to burst on him consistently, which by the way in that Arlecchino team I don't burst on him in that team. But point being, 1000 EM for his 0.04%, if we multiply that to compare, is 0.04 times 1000 is 40%. Crazy. But he provides 40% res shred, of course. Xilonen provides 36% res shred from her talent, scaling at level 10, and then 40% damage bonus from the artifact set, right? And that difference is kind of important, notably because you don't have to invest in a stat on Xilonen, and because of the fact that Kazuha, while he is giving a little bit more res shred, usually Kazuha builds will not be giving 40% damage bonus, because like a realistic level investment on Kazuha is probably more like 800 EM if you're having enough ER to burst consistently. And then we're talking, 800 times 0.04, which is 32% damage bonus, right? So I'd say the average optimized Kazuha's build is a little bit less damage bonus than Xilonen, but a little bit more res shred. So point is the buffs are kind of a wash. Like that's why we're treating them so similarly. But anyways, yeah. So and we'll see tomorrow. Like I'll test a number of teams like with Xilonen versus Kazuha. I think there's not going to be that much interesting because like she's so similar to like existing things we have in the game that I think the conclusions about her are fairly obvious. Candace or Yelan with Arlecchino? I mean, I prefer Candace C6, but a lot of people are just going to prefer their existing Yelan that's built if you already have Yelan. But if you get Candace C6 and want a unit to vape with Arlecchino and don't have Yelan, I would just use Candace for sure, 100%. I think she is better in many ways than Yelan for Arlecchino. I prefer it, but you might not. If you already have Yelan, that changes the factor. You should try Ayaka, Shenhe, Navia, and Xilonen as a boss killer. Ayaka, Shenhe, Navia, Xilonen. Yeah, that could be interesting. I don't have Ayaka though. One thing I do want to talk about real quick is like this team is an example of Mualani will gain a lot of value from Xilonen for sure. How much value again is going to depend on your count and the teams you're playing. If you really like Mualani, Mualani, Nahida, Dia, Shangling or something, or you don't even have to do Nahida, but like the point is Mualani has teams that work perfectly fine without Xilonen. The notable thing is though, Xilonen, like if I put Kazuha in this team, right, which this I can probably demonstrate maybe, there's two problems. One of them is obvious.
Sounds good to me.
How I stay alive. Like, to be clear, you can stay alive with just Dia, but it's not ideal necessarily, and it's nice to have a little bit of healing. I'll talk about our constellations and whatever in a bit. I just want to explain this as a baseline example. Like, this is an obvious use case where, like, my favorite teammate I've actually found, funnily enough, in this team has been a healer mode Farina for the last slot. Like a 300 ER. I don't think I quite needed that much, but like a lot of ER on Farina. She gives Hydro Resonance, and then she helps keep the team alive. But I have C2 Farina, which means I'm like getting like the full damage buff, which means like it's like point is Xilonen, even if I'm not getting the damage bonus from the artifact set, because like a problem in this team, if I want to get like Hydro Swirls, for example, when you're using burning going on, it's going to be very hard to get consistent Hydro Swirls because you're having burning aura constantly. Particularly Emily like transitions to new waves. Like you'll have burning going on in new waves. Like it's hard. To the point that like usually if you're doing VV setups, oftentimes people will do like a non C6 Candace or whatever, one instance of Hydra application to be able to do swirl setups consistently kind of thing. You can do that like with a Mualani normal attack potentially, but how that transitions to new waves is going to depend. Point is it can be clunky and you sometimes just won't get it. And oftentimes an animo unit just won't do anything, right, for Mualani's damage in this context because you're swirling around Pyro and you're not buffing Hydro at all. Xilonen, even if you don't get the damage bonus from the artifact set, will give Red Shred, right? Like you'll just automatically get the Red Shred by nature of the party composition. And then she will heal, right, as needed. Which is a pretty significant value add, right? It will make this team meaningfully better at a baseline. It's not going to buff Emily meaningfully at all, and it's possible the Pyro Archon might be a better last slot, depending on, or might be better for replacing Dia. That's actually probably more likely, particularly since Xilonen can be the defensive utility you need to stay alive. But anyways, yeah, like the point is Mualani is a very, very obvious unit where like I didn't really enjoy most of the VV teams with Mualani, and instead I was personally much more inclined towards burning teams in order to enable her to get good damage. I found them more satisfying. Not necessarily more satisfying, but more consistent. Just made her feel better to play. VV setups can be satisfying in their own way, because, you know, you get big number, and it's satisfying to pull off big number, but technically harder to pull off. So they're perfectly viable, right? Just point is, Xilonen will be a very meaningful value, not that, like, you need her for Mualani. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's the baseline things I need to talk about. Let's go over, like, let's read through her actual kit. Hopefully Mihoyo won't smite me for this, because I'm showing, like, her skill icons or whatever, and she technically isn't out yet. But, okay, we need to not have a How doing that in the background. That will be extremely annoying. Let's go find a seat to sit at. It's gonna take a second to get there. Yeah, well, we're gonna do it. It's fine. We got Kanich. We can grapple. The signature in Cinder City, the Xilonen gives 65% damage, 36% res shred for all team elements. Is that right? Yes, I believe that is correct. Her signature. We'll talk about her signature weapon. Her signature weapon is good. The most relevant thing about her signature weapon, in my opinion, is honestly just that the weapon banner itself is pretty decent. Since Chiori's weapon is one of the better generic stat stick swords, I would say. So, it might be more valuable to go for her because of that, on top of the weapon banner being less cringe than it used to be in the past. On top of the fact that Xilonen C1 is relatively underwhelming. But at the same time, like, even if you don't have enough to get Xilonen C2 now, maybe you would rather go for Xilonen C1 because of the fact that her C2 might be relevant in the future. We'll talk about her C2 because the simple thing I'll say about her C2 right now before we get into it is Xilonen C2 I wish was her base kit instead of res shred. Like, I wish she got 36% res shred in C2 and then her C2 was in her base kit. It would technically make her a worse character in many contexts, but it would make her more unique and very interesting to play around with a baseline, and I think she would be a better designed unit, quite frankly, rather than just being a Kazuha variant, right? Instead, she'd be very interesting to think about, and then she would just have a really strong C2 if her C2 was res shred. Like, she would be the same exact character as C2, but we'd have a more fun baseline kit. I wish they'd done that, but they didn't do that. I'm just saying that's a hypothetical alternative reality that I would have preferred. We're going to talk about her C2, specifically, mostly one aspect of her C2. Yeah. Anyways, we're going to sit here so a How can't yap, because only I'm allowed to yap. And blam. Here we go. So, normal attacks don't matter. Well, okay, sorry, no, they don't. One thing I didn't talk about, this wasn't because it's irrelevant, so sorry, they do matter. They don't matter for her most obvious utility. She is, first and foremost, not designed to do meaningful, like, personal damage. But basically, she technically has two modes of being played. And I'm very, 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 very happy that they have added this as an aspect to her kit. Even if it's not like, oh my god, she's a really strong carry unit. Like, you're not getting a really strong carry and a really strong buffer in one unit, right? But she has the alternative option of being played in a carry playstyle. And I think that's cool, right? It's cool that she has that option. And it's like DPSing Xilonen will be more damage than DPSing Kachina. I will probably have a DPS Kachina. By the way, DPS Kachina I was waiting until Xilonen releases to do, because of the fact that I lack in Geo buffers, and Xilonen is a valuable buffer for Geo units. And anyways, like you'll be able to make her deal damage in particular because of her plunge multiplier. She will not be terrible. So there are definitely contexts where just like, oh, you can just on-field her, right? And she won't be unusable, but it's not her strength. It's not what she's primarily designed to be useful for. That's kind of it, I would say, about her DPSing playstyle, but I'll describe that after we get through her like skill and whatever. So important thing with her passive, real quick. This doesn't really matter. This is basically just she just gets a defense bonus, which can increase her healing or slightly increase her damage for DPS playstyle. Based on Night Soul Burst triggering, it's very whatever. And then, you know, exploration passive. Oh yeah, exploration passive. She can climb walls. I don't think she can climb very well. Like, it's not very significant outside of Natlan, but it's a lot faster than like Kirara or Kachina is. So it's still an interesting, unique exploration relevance thing, but it's not. I don't think it's quite nearly as relevant as like Kanicha's grapple has unique relevance, in my opinion. But it has some relevance, and it'll be interesting to use. She can also like hang off of walls. I don't know if she can do that indefinitely or not, but I've seen that. I don't think she's someone you should probably pull for the exploration utility, most likely, but it's a minor value add, is basically all. Anyways, if she, so the important passive here is if she has at least 2 source samples, and this is in her skill, which maybe I should go into her skill first, but I think it's easier to talk about her passive first. This is basically, this is the passive that determines if you're doing DPSing mode or not. So the second one is if she has fewer than 2 source samples. And source samples, this basically means if she has only 1 pyro, hydro, cryo, or electro teammate, then you do DPSing mode. That's what this says. If you are only using 1 pyro, hydro, cryo, or electro teammate, DPS mode. And then you get a 30% increase normal plunging damage when you're doing DPS mode. If you're doing DPS mode on her, she is not buffing anyone other than herself, though. So keep that in mind, right? If you're doing that mode. So normally her main utility is the other thing, which is her supportive mode, where she has at least 2 source samples, so that means she has at least 2 pyro, hydro, cryo, or electro teammates. And that's in any combination. You could do double pyro, double electro, double hydro, like at least 2, and you can do 3. You could have 2 hydro units and a pyro unit, and then you get res shred for hydro and pyro, right? Or you could have hydro, pyro, and electro, and you get res shred for all 3, right? It has to be at least 2. This other point about her gaining Night Soul points is basically just important for triggering her buff, like when it actually activates. Ultimately, the way it activates is very simple. There's a lot of like convoluted text in here for something that is ultimately simple. Like you basically press E on her, and then do in teams with 2 pyro, hydro, cryo, or electro teammates, you press E, do 2 normal attacks, or press her burst and do 1 normal attack, and then you switch off field. That's basically his character, and you have buffs going. And as far as the artifact set goes, you want to like make sure you like try to crystallize, pyro crystallize, hydro crystallize, cryo crystallize, electro crystallize for whatever element you want the damage % buff on. But the res shred buff from her kit will just be up automatically based on the team party composition, right? So anyways, let's read through her skill because it's a whole mess. The first thing here, basically, she goes into Night Soul state, which is important, obviously, because that means she can trigger the full buff for the support set. Also, she can trigger the buff of the DPS set. She gains a certain amount of Night Soul points. She gains 45. She has a Night Soul point limit of 90. She does just passively drain them. And time limit of 9 seconds, kind of whatever. And at level 10, she gives a 36% res shred decrease, and they have a duration of 15 seconds. So it's a 15-second buff duration after it activates, right? Not after you press her skill. And then she has... this is the convoluted wording of her kit, and this is where... This is basically what explains how the passive interfaces with it too, right? So she has 3 samplers with her that generate. These are little triangles. If you go watch footage from like their reveal of Xilonen, they're little triangles to the left of her. They start out Geo by default. So she has 3 little Geo triangles. And then based on your Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, or Electro characters in the party, they change from Geo to a corresponding element, right? So if you have 2 Pyros and a Hydro, you will see 2 red triangles and a Hydro and a blue triangle for Hydro, right? And then when she's in the Night Soul Blessing state, the Geo source sample she carries will always be active. That is to say, basically when you're on-fielding her, she will have a buff on-field. The notable thing is if you want her to be a buffer for a Geo unit, you can, at C0, it has to be double Geo teams. Because if you're doing triple Geo teams, then that means you don't have 2 source samples, right? And that means you're triggering the DPS mode, right? And you need to be able to gain these Night Souls points. You need to trigger the first part of her passive by having 2 different Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, or Electro teammates to be able to actually activate the Res Shred buff from off field. Otherwise, her Geo Red Shred only applies to herself, right? So that means that's what people are talking about, where she doesn't work as a mono Geo buffer. She technically works as a mono Geo buffer if she is the mono Geo DPS. But she doesn't work as a mono Geo buffer for other Geo units. I don't think this is that much of a downside, in my opinion. I think people are a little bit too stuck in the, I gotta do mono Geo mindset. Like, I think you should consider this, like, very, like if you have, played Ito forever, the fact that you can do, like, Ito, Farina, Xilonen, Fischl, right? Instead of doing Ito, Xilonen, Goro, Farina, is a good thing. Because, like, Fischl has very significant value. Adding another unit that will gain additional value from the damage bonus buff from Farina. Adding another unit that will be their own off-field damage to, like, help with downsides of, like, not having your, like, burst or whatever. Because you, like, don't have quite enough ER on your Ito, or just because, like, you didn't quite kill that one enemy with the last 10% of their HP. Fischl could handle that, potentially. Or Farina. Being able to have more elements for shield breaking, right? Like, there's a lot of valuable aspects to actually being able to do double Geo teams that are very compelling with the likes of Ito, compared to being forced to do mono Geo. So, like, I don't think it's a downside, quite frankly. But if you truly believe it's a downside, then I guess you can treat it as a problem, and Mihoyo solely the solution, because the solution is technically in her C2. You could do her as a mono Geo buffer with triple Geo teams, and she will buff from off-field. But, like, you don't need to. You can still use her as a very compelling buffer for, like, the likes of Ito. You just aren't doing triple Geo or 4 Geo teams, right? And Goro is not that good. So, anyways, like, I'm fairly confident Fischl, Farina, by fairly confident I mean, like, it is better. I'm sorry. Fischl, Farina, Ito, Xilonen should be better than than Farina, Goro, Xilonen, Ito. If she had the ability to, like, in the reality where Xilonen did have the ability to buff in a mono Geo team at C0, the Fischl variant would still be better, right? And more application, more damage dealer is good. Like, I don't know. I'd say just embrace the fact that Xilonen enables more team variety for your Geo DPSs, right? That's my opinion on it. But you don't have to agree, That's fine. And then that if you don't agree, that might be a reason not to pull Xilonen, and that's fine. Having reasons not to pull characters is good. I would like to use Miss Hina. I think she's way more optimal. You're not wrong. If Miss Hina was in the game, I would understand. Any comments on Xilonen banner 4 stars? I mean, a lot more people are going to be able to get canned at C6 now. I actually think that's good. How is Fischl not rerun in a year? Fischl should have just been on the banner, in my opinion. If they're going to put weird units that don't synergize, like, they should have put, like, Gaming on the banner or something, right? Like, some kind of DPS unit that synergized, like took advantage from her being a buffer, in my opinion. So Dory was a weird inclusion. Kale was a weird inclusion. Candace, I think, is good. Particularly, even a low Constellation Candace, by the way, is now relevant, like, with Mualani. She's one of the best buffing options for Mualani pre-C6. C6 can cause some issues, although it's, like, weird. It's not actually that problematic. Anyways. The rest of this is, after unlocking the passive, she can trigger said passive to generate Night Soul points for herself. And that's important because when her Night Soul points hit maximum, she will consume all Night Soul points to activate her source samples. Right? She can't activate the source samples without having the first part of her passive, right? That's why you have to have 2 Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, or Electro teammates. And she has to have 2 Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, or Electro teammates to be able to gain Night Soul points to hit the maximum Night Soul point limit to actually activate her passive, right? That is necessary. So that's basically what that means, right? She has to have 2 Pyro, Hydro, Electro, Cryo teammates to be able to give Red Shred buff from off-field. If she does not, and you only have Farina in the team, right? Then you're doing DPSing mode on Xilonen, and you can make her into DPS, but she's not giving Red Shred for Farina. She's only giving Red Shred to herself, right? That's the important thing to keep in mind. And the rest of this is just, I think, specifics with her Night Soul. It drains She can do, oh yeah, she has increased movement speed, climbing speed. She goes on roller skates, obviously cool. She can do leaps and plunges. So she can get her plunge multiplier damage. Which is a def scaling, by the way. And notably, the interesting thing is, so the blade roller damage is specifically when she's in the Night Soul state. But her plunge damage is, so if you're not in the Night Soul state, she does attack scaling damage, which is bad. But she can technically do def scaling plunge damage without being in the Night Soul state, which is actually very interesting. And that means there's potential for, doing like C6 Bennett infusion. That is a defense scaling plunges. Interesting. Or other infusions that are defense scaling. That's cool. Without having to do Night Soul. You still probably do Night Soul regardless. Like you can do Geo plunge damage, of course. Because she'll get the Geo infusion. If you don't do her skill, then she won't get the infusion, of course. Point is, there's options to do it. I like that she has some defense scaling in her plunge multipliers. It doesn't technically require the infusion though. It's cool. No, I don't think her alt heals co-op allies because it only heals. It says it only heals the active character. But yeah, her def scaling multipliers, by the way, are not very good. Like the plunge multiplier is the highest, and since she can enable plunges, she can do the plunge multiplier even without Cloud Retainer. I'm pretty confident just doing plunges is the way to get the most DPS from her if you're doing DPS mode on her. But it's not going to be that much damage, quite frankly. I don't remember exactly how many instances of plunges she can get in her C0 kit. I know her C1 would let her do a little bit more. I think because it lets her, her Night Soul point time limit is extended by 45%. And the consumption is decreased. So yeah, you can get some more. Like C1, the most notable thing was C1. C1 basically lets her DPS playstyle get probably at least 1 or 2 more attacks, I assume out. And then, but her DPS playstyle, it doesn't really make her DPS playstyle that much more relevant or anything, really. It's just a minor upside to it. The more important thing is, like, it does give you increased interruption resistance. It is not a very high amount of interruption resistance. It's the way interruption resistance works in the game, to be clear, on whether or not this interruption resistance alone will prevent you from being interrupted is dependent on what kind of attack you're being hit by from an enemy. And ultimately, like, it's a low enough scaling interruption resistance. I think it's like a value of 0.3 or something, which the number doesn't matter if you're not familiar with what the numbers mean. But basically, I wouldn't over prioritize C1. Don't overvalue the interruption resistance. It's not that high of a value of interruption resistance. I'm pretty sure Sing Cho gives more interruption resistance at a baseline than her C1. It's just like a minor upside that does do something. I also think it's worth mentioning that, when she's doing crystallizes, which she should, I think she triggers, actually, well, you can do plunges, right? So you can guarantee triggering 2 crystallizes potentially, but basically 1 crystallize you will trigger at least, right? And 1 crystallize is going to be a shield that will prevent you from being interrupted at least from one attack at minimum. I think that is worth mentioning. She doesn't really do off-field geo, so she's not getting like she doesn't have like the ability to do something like Kachina does, where like oops, I showed her image. That's bad. She doesn't have the ability to do like an off-field geo like Kachina, where she can generate crystallizes and kind of be a weird off-field shielder with an EM build like I use on my Kachina. But she does have some potential for providing some interruption resistance at a baseline. I think that's worth mentioning. I haven't seen many other people mention that. It's not that significant. It's not permanent interruption resistance. It's not like refreshing constantly. It's not like a Baiju or Toma shield that refreshes constantly. It is 1 instance of interruption resistance, but that still can be valuable. So anyways, yeah, her multipliers are not that great. DPSing her will be doable, particularly if you have Cloud Retainer. It will be meaningfully doable. Like, I don't remember exactly what I did for my calcs, what team, but I think I should be able to get around 100,000 damage on her plunges. Again, it's a question of how many plunges will I get, and Cloud Retainer's buff is single target, so, it's not like that's that insane, actually, but it will be doable with Cloud Retainer especially. You can't do, plunge DPSing on Kachina, so like she's a more usable DPS than Kachina will be, that's for sure. But I'm probably gonna make a DPS Kachina video before I make a DPS Xilonen video. Anyways, yeah, her burst though is important, of course. particularly because of the context. Oh yeah, her skill, by the way, when you hit an enemy with the initial damage, generates 4 particles, I believe, guaranteed, which is nice. No RNG particle generation, I think. Does it say? No, it doesn't help. I guess I can click that to make that more readable, though. But yeah, so basically, when she's in her DPS mode, she does this follow-up damage on top of the initial damage. If she's in her, so that's, you know, having only one Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, or Electro teammate, right? I believe she gets 2 instances of this, so her burst damage is not insignificant in her DPS mode. I can't say confidently it's worth building extra ER for her, but being that you probably would do some like double Geo comp at minimum, I suspect, you probably want to be able to burst consistently for her DPS mode. And that technically is off-field damage, but when you're DPSing, you're on-fielding her if you're doing that, so like it doesn't really matter. It's basically just additional damage for her DPS mode, and it's not nothing. So, you know, if you care at level 10, it's 506%. But yeah, if she has if she has at least 2 samples, so that's 2 Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, or Electro teammates, she will play a rhythm, blah, 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 healing active characters. So active characters means your on-field character. It is not a team-wide heal. At intervals based on her defense. Now, Mihoyo is a derp, and they don't put the interval in the passive here. The interval is 1.5 seconds, and it heals for 12 seconds. So with this scaling and a healing focus build, like the build I have planned for her most universal utility is because of the fact that you're going to want healing with Farina, and you're going to want to maximize her healing with Farina. And you have multiple paths for this. You can either do the craftable weapon or Fav. I plan on using Fav because I have a bunch of Favs. So I'll probably stick this second R5 Fav that I have on her, and then my build is going to be, I think, with this artifact. I know it's like 40 CV, but it's just the crit rate matters for triggering Fav. This artifact, crit rate ER. This artifact, crit rate ER. And then I can't remember actually if I'm using an onset goblet or not. I forgot. I have both an onset option for a circlet, and then I have an offset option for a circlet. So I don't know what my OP is going to be. Point being, I have a bunch of crit rate in ER, is my point. I have plenty of options for being able to have a build that has plenty of ER to be able to burst consistently, because in the context of using her with Farina, which is one of her really big selling points, right? If you have Farina and don't have very many healers, it's going to be a similar situation to Bennett. So Bennett, in comparison, heals can heal a lot too, but he only heals when you're below 70% health, and he can take a meaningful amount of investment to heal, probably more investment than Xilonen requires. But he can heal in the neighborhood. Well, we don't need to give a neighborhood estimate. The point is, he heals every 1 second for a lot. With a healing an invested build with a healing focus, particularly like a Maiden's build, right? He can overheal your characters with Farina, and that can trigger Farina's passive. And being able to trigger Farina's passive consistently with like 1 instance of healing from Bennett is like kind of the difference maker in how compelling he can feel as a healer option for Farina sometimes. It depends on the team exactly. At bare minimum, though, he's still giving some amount of damage bonus for Farina, right? I do not think you need Farina C2 to be able to use a single target healer like Farina or Xilonen with her, because of the fact that they can heal enough in a single instance of healing that they can proc multiple instances of Farina's passive that starts healing other characters in your team, right? Notably, potentially Farina herself. So like that's important to remember. And with a healing focused build, on Xilonen, I will have available. At level 8 talents, I believe my Xilonen with Fab should be healing around 7,000 HP per tick, and she does that every 1.5 seconds for 12 seconds. So like she heals like a total like 60,000 HP to your active character every 1.5 seconds. So you very much have a Bennett situation wherein, particularly in teams that you can just freely swap between different teams in a particular order to get like healing procs as like you use a burst animation on one character, right? That will give you your damage bonus you want for Farina's buff. Like she can be a very compelling healer for Farina. You don't necessarily have to spec her full into healing, obviously. It's very possible that you can just use like a fab build with a crit rate circlet and have enough healing still. It's going to depend on the team. I think it makes sense to try to maximize her healing. The easiest low investment option, by the way, for maximizing her healing would be use the craftable sword, which did they? No, they didn't give you one for free. I don't think that wasn't one of the login or the web event ones, so you'd have to use a billet. Craft like the craftable weapon for her, which is def %, and the passive gives more def. It basically just increases her healing, and then you use an ER timepiece, and then def circlet and healing bonus circlet. Def goblet and healing bonus circlet to maximize her healing with a non-fab build. Fab just can be ideal because energy good, right? And her energy needs when she is solo Geo, in the context of like using with Farina especially, will be potentially pretty significant. So, plan on needing a good chunk. Prioritize your ER substats, essentially. Again, she generates 4 particles and has 60 energy cost. Her exact energy needs will vary significantly based on the number of fabs on the team. Will vary based on how much energy your teammates generate, yada yada. With Farina is the main context where you need to be able to burst consistently. It is important to remember, I think, without Farina, she can be very usable without bursting consistently. There's nothing like buffing wise that you need to burst consistently on her. So the only reason you need to have energy to burst on her without Farina is to keep your team alive, right? And whether or not, so just to heal, right? In a supportive context, or if you're DPSing her, of course. So you don't necessarily need to build extra energy, if you're not using her with Farina, in my opinion. You just need to build enough based on like your ability, how much you need her burst to keep alive. But you can kind of just not build extra energy, and just as long as you are able to play well enough that you don't take damage. But it's going to depend on the enemy situation. It is worth mentioning that I do know one of my favorite enemies, but is enemies I know many players hates. They're coming back, baby. Although they're coming back, but they're alone. And in my opinion, it's the Consecrated Beasts. The Consecrated Beasts are coming back in the next Abyss cycle. They're alone. Like, I think it's like one Consecrated Beast and then you fight another enemy. Rather than like multiple beasties together. And multiple beasties together is what made them so difficult. I think they were some of the best enemies they've ever made in the game. Because they were highly aggressive and like you actually had to like pay attention to what they're doing, but go with them. It wasn't just wow, deal damage and win. I think they're the best design enemies in the game. I'm very happy they're back. So, anyways, I think it's a positive thing, quite frankly. But yeah, sorry to Sylveon with Lisa. But look, Sylveon, this means you can just have bragging rights, being like, I beat the Consecrated Beast with frickin' Lisa. Like, just take it as a badge of honor, right? Embrace the frustration sometimes. The benefit of them changing the Abyss cycles constantly means we can have these different cycles that give you like chill times and give you like stressful times, but the stressful can be enjoyable in its own way if you embrace it. But anyways, I like the beasts. I think they're well-designed enemies. And I want more aggressive enemies like them to like when we have really like it's really absurd, by the way, that this character, in my opinion, can keep your team alive so well. Like she heals so well, and can buff as much as she does, right? So I do think, in my opinion, like it would not surprise me that they start making more aggressive enemies. But at the same time, they haven't really done that in the past, and there's been plenty of really strong defensive units. Like healing shielders, like defensive units in Genshin, particularly 5 stars, tend to be really strong. Like, they just kind of tend to make your team immortal if you have them. And remember, like, most video games normally have death as a failure condition. Like most like healers and stuff in Genshin, they make it so death is not a failure condition because they heal that much. So, the point is, highly aggressive enemies is probably a good thing for the game. If they're going to keep releasing units like Xilonen that are really strong, compelling defensive units that also do other things, right? But it does mean, of course, if you're playing more fragile teams, that you might struggle a little bit. But I think that's fine. I think that just like incentivizes the relevance of different nuances of character kits to be good in some situations over others. So, anyways, yeah, that's her whole kit. The only thing we'll talk about real quick. So C1 I talked about already. It's very whatever. Her weapon, again, like I think the evaluation of her weapon, it can give universal damage. It gives a bunch of def percent. It buffs her a little bit, so it's a decent DPS option for her, but it's also a good supportive option for her. Like, that's how they balance the weapon. It doesn't give her any crit or anything. It just gives some like damage bonus for her and then damage bonus for the whole team based on her defense. And it basically on her it enables 25.6% for some reason. Damage bonus, universal damage bonus for the whole team. It's not conditional damage bonus like the artifact set is where you have to trigger and crystallize. It's just universal damage bonus. So she becomes even more of a damage buffer with her weapon. It's a good weapon, but one, keep in mind future characters coming out. Maybe Chaska will be really relevant. I'm not going to talk about Chaska, by the way, because I'll withhold judgment on Chaska. What I'll say. Look at my Discord if you want to see my initial reactions. But like, maybe you want Chaska. Maybe you want Mavuika. Maybe Mavuika will be very relevant with your wishes, right? My point is, like, just acknowledge if you have enough wishes maybe to get the weapon or a constellation. Remember that, like, what you're sacrificing in the future. If you're willing to spend money, then whatever. Like, you understand, like, what... just understand how expensive things are, and you just spend your money wisely, right? Don't make decisions that, like, you can't pay for rent or food because you got Xilonen constellations. Like, don't get baited, okay? Don't get baited by weapon. Don't get baited by constellations. Generally speaking, new character is going to be more valuable than weapons making her better of a buffer or her constellation doing things. Please, okay? But yeah, as far as like, if you are going to like consider doing something higher investment, being that getting constellations or going for her weapon, the evaluation therein, in my opinion, of like weapon or constellation first is, one, how relevant is Chiori's weapon for your account? Because if you're in a situation where you can gain meaningful value from Chiori's weapon as like a stat stick weapon for sword DPS units, that makes the weapon better, maybe meaningfully more compelling, right? And then, other than that, how badly do you want to get C2 Xilonen eventually? Because C2 Xilonen is better than her weapon. It does more unique things than her weapon by a substantial degree. To be clear, on a given team, it's possible her weapon can be better than her C2. When we're evaluating like very specific team contexts, I'm talking in a more holistic level. I'm of the opinion that C2 is definitely better than her weapon, but C2 is much harder to get than her weapon, right? And you might only have enough wishes to guarantee either C1 or her weapon, kind of thing. And C1 is definitely worse than her weapon, but C1 also gets you one constellation away from C2. That as long as Xilonen doesn't take 2 years, like some characters, to rerun, you know, you could get C2 Xilonen on her next rerun if you plan around it, right? It is kind of what the value evaluation would be. I don't have a good answer for you. If you're someone who's considering high investment things, I'd say if you're on the fence, just don't. Just don't do either, right? If you're not confident, it could be worthwhile to you. If you're not confident you'd have enough wishes for Mavuika and don't want to spend money, just don't go for constellations of the weapon. She's a good character at C0. Like a really good character at C0. How much you'll feel the difference is going to depend on the whole overall state of your account. But like, yeah. So with that out of the way, C2, as before, Xilonen's geo samples will always remain active, so that means she works as a mono geo buffer when she herself is not the DPS. So that means you can do your Ito full geo team. You can do Ito, Zhongli, Albedo, Xilonen, or Goro, or whatever, right? You can do full geo, you could do triple geo. That's what that first line means. Again, I'm of the opinion that's not really that relevant, actually. And then this other thing. Now the phrasing on this is kind of important, specifically for this we'll talk about. Additionally, when her source samples activate, all nearby party members will gain corresponding effects to the active source sample that matches their elemental type. So, geo units get plus 50% damage bonus. Yup, that's a goblet worth of damage bonus. Pyro, this is the weakest one of the three because we have like Bennett exists. It's not a low amount of an attack buff, to be clear. It's a noticeable upgrade, but it's the weakest one of the, did I say of the three? Of the five. 45% attack because we have other sources of attack in the game. It's not that crazy. If this was like attack percent for the whole team, just because Pyro's on the team, it would maybe be good. But this is not, remember, this is not a team-wide attack percent buff. This is a attack percent buff specifically for Pyro units, right? So if I'm doing Emily, Arlecchino, Xilonen C2 together, right? She's only giving 45% attack to Arlecchino, who probably are already playing with Bennett. Who Bennett gives like with an Aquila build, Aquila Favonia with a Crown Burst gives like 120% attack equivalent to Arlecchino. So like an additional 45% is not that crazy, is my point. It's not nothing, but it's the worst one. Like if this also benefited, you know, Emily, that could be more meaningful, but it's not. It's only benefiting the Pyro units. Hydros plus HP. This one is a similar situation where like it's only a timepiece worth of stats, but that's still a significant amount of stats, particularly in the context of there is just not that many ways of buffing HP in the game, right? We do not have a Bennett for HP buffing. We do have a Bennett for attack buffing, which is a significant difference maker as far as the relevance of this buff. The rarity of HP buffs makes this more relevant, right? This will be a notable upgrade for Nubilet, Mualani, whatever. Worth going for? Nah, right, like the problem is like if you're trying to evaluate like should you go for Xilonen C2 after getting like a lucky Xilonen C1 or something, and you wanted Xilonen primarily for Nubilet. Well, it might be that going for Nubilet constellations is more valuable than going for Xilonen C2, right? The reason Xilonen C2 might be relevant is not if you want it just for one specific unit, but if you want it for a bunch of different units. Like you like the idea of playing her with a bunch of different teams and making her an even stronger buffer. You like the idea of making Candace stronger or something. I don't know, right? Because Candace is a 4-star HP scaler. She's just the first one that popped in my head. Right, like that's why I think these really strong supportive constellations are most valuable, is making weak units stronger or making like weird, less optimal janky teams more usable. That's where I like these. It's why I actually like having Farina C2. It's why I have enjoyed having Nahid at C2 at times. I wish I could turn them off, but it's why I enjoy them. Cryo crit damage buff 60%. Obviously that's good. I like this aspect of her C2. This is probably my second favorite one in her C2 because of the rarity of crit damage buffs and also because of the fact that cryo units need the help. Like cryo has very little going for it right now. So if you have Xilonen C2, you know, cryo units are a more compelling choice because of Xilonen C2. Again, it's one of those things like I wish this was her in her base kit because like she could have been more uniquely relevant to play with cryo units because of giving a 60% crit damage buff if it was in her base kit, but it's not, so like right. And then the electro buff. Now, this is a little bit weird because notably, notice how this say, additionally, when her source samples activate, all nearby party members get these effects. The trigger effect, this is important because the trigger effect for these buffs, right? These are just stat buffs that are active while the samples are active, right? This is not a stat buff. This is a one instance thing that happens, and the trigger effect is when her samples activate. And her skill, one at a baseline, by the way, the only other like other than really minor things. The only other like notable way to reduce burst cooldown in the game, like cooldown reduction is just rare in general in the Genshin, and enables you to potentially do very unique things that you wouldn't otherwise be able to do. That's like why Thundering Fury is uniquely relevant in weird cases, and it's always a fun thing to think about. Raiden C6, and Raiden C6 is not very good because Raiden C6 doesn't reduce her own freaking burst cooldown. So like, this reduces burst cooldown by a lot. And reduces, refunds energy. Like, we'll get into it. The reason we're going to get into it is because I do want her C2, and I want her C2 specifically because of this. I might end up regretting going for her C2 and getting it because, like, it's going to be the same problem as, like, I'm going to have to, like, power down my units because, like, if I want to, like, use Xilonen with, Mualani and not have my Mualani be nonsensically strong in order to like approximate what my experience is as a creator to what someone else's experience would be using Mualani with Xilonen at C0. I'm gonna have to like put Mualani on a def percent timepiece or something, right? Which the upside I guess is that I have greater artifact flexibility, because this is a timepiece worth of HP kind of thing. You get the point. So it's gonna be annoying as all hell for me to like have to work around that in order to approximate my experience to average players. But this is so interesting to me. Like it's so fun. The level to which I can abuse it is a bit question mark though, because of how it triggers. So the trigger condition is when her source samples activate, right? And her source samples activate when you get if you reach a skill, right? Is when her Night Soul points reach maximum, she will consume all the points and activate the samples. And she has a 7-second burst or skill cooldown. 7 seconds. She has a 7-second skill cooldown to activate her samples. She has a 7-second cooldown to activate an ability that restores 25 energy and reduces a burst cooldown by 6 seconds. I think this, to be clear, they might have implemented this. This is an unknown. I haven't seen clarification on this. They might have implemented this in a way where there's actually, you can only trigger this once every 15 seconds, right? But the way that it's currently phrased says that you get this effect triggered, which means you get the energy and cooldown reduction triggered when her samples activate, and the limitation for her samples activating is her skill cooldown of 7 seconds, because it gives her 9 soul points when you activate her skill, and then she activates her samples, which should trigger her C2 when you do 2 hits, right? So that implies like you can do this multiple times in a rotation potentially. But even in the context of it only working once per rotation, it's still super fun and interesting. But it might actually have far more abuse than I think some people have realized. Is my point. There is weird stuff you might be able to do with Sack Sword with this. Like, it's possible you could use Sack Sword if there's no internal cooldown restricting doing this once every 15 seconds. It's possible you could do Sack Sword and trigger this 3 times in one rotation. It's possible you could do 75 energy refund and 18-second cooldown reduction. It's possible. I don't know if it's actually the case. I'm not going to assume it's the case. It's something I really am going to mess with. I think Sylveon, like, if I get C2, I'm not going to activate it right away. But I think Sylveon said that she's going to get C2. Yes, and this only triggers for Electro units, by the way, which is a big asterisk, right? Because if you're configuring a team, right, around reducing, trying to abuse this reducing burst cooldown, and you have a ability in the team, say like Farina's Burst, that is a 15-second cooldown, your ability to maximize a burst cooldown reduction is going to be tied to the entire team's cooldowns. It's why like Raiden C6 is not that good, because it doesn't reduce her own burst cooldown. Reducing other units' burst cooldown isn't that useful when Raiden's own burst cooldown is still tied to 18 seconds of normal rotation time, right? But you can definitely configure teams and use units in unique ways. I've conceived of a number of ways that I'm not going to get into with specific units that could be really fun, and there might be further abuse, as I mentioned, depending on if there is a secret internal cooldown to triggering this or not. But even if there isn't, even if it's just once per rotation, 25 energy refund and reduce elemental burst cooldown by 6 seconds, it's still super fun, and I want it. It's like exactly my kind of thing as a very high investment Genshin player that has been playing for almost 3 years at this point. This is the kind of thing that's like gives me ideas, right? To do fun things in the game. I don't like that it's a C2. It annoys me. Because that means it's just in money spending territory for much of the player base. Money spending or sacrificing a lot of other characters you could buy, right? You can definitely get a C2 without spending money. I have Freena's C2, and I didn't spend money for it. Well, other than Welkin's. Those technically count. But, I have Freena's C2, didn't spend, didn't top up $400 for it, $500 for it. But that would mean sacrificing other characters, right? For a normal player. I gotta acknowledge that. I will acknowledge that when I try to abuse this in videos. It's too fun for me not to try to get. That's kind of all it is. I don't think this is a Free C2 situation, by the way, where like, because like Xilonen is as a simple enough kit to understand that I don't think I'll have to wait a full patch to activate this, but I might wait a couple weeks to activate it. And I'll probably hopefully be able to log on to Sylveon's account and be able to test tomorrow. So Sylveon, I don't know if you want to message me, so we can get that set up. But I want to be able to log onto her account and test Xilonen C2 and see how much this can be abused, right? Because this has a lot of abuse potential, and it's possible it just is once per rotation. It probably is just once per rotation. That's the safe assumption if you're going to go for it. Don't go for the C2 on the assumption that it will be as abusable as it might be. But based on the wording, it might be extremely abusable. To a, quite frankly, maybe nonsensical degree. We shall see. Yeah, thank you, Sylveon, for letting me test so that I won't have to activate C2 early. C4, by the talent upgrade, C3 is fine. It takes her to, I think, like 45% res shred. Yeah, which is not nothing. It's very whatever, though. And then C4 gives her like a flat damage buff for normal charge and plunging damage based on her defense. It's limited to 6 instances. I like flat damage buffs in the game. This is a C4 on a limited 5-star character, though. Like, it's interesting. I like that as a constellation, but it's probably not worth specifically going for, but it's good that it's not like a C4 that is only relevant with their C6, I will say. That's the most notable thing about it. Right? It does have value on its own right. So, yeah. Is she free-to-play friendly? Yes. She is very, 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 very good at C0. I said in the beginning of the stream that I think the simplest take I could have for her is that for the average player, because of how clunky VV setups can be with Kazuha, there is many players, I think, and I think it's relatively safe to say that the average player would get more value from Xilonen than they would get from Kazuha. But Kazuha is a stronger unit on like a math level, and like he has uniqueness that Xilonen doesn't have, like grouping. But Xilonen also has like healing and whatever. So, anyways. C6 is your typical, we've made a supportive unit that now can be a much stronger carry constellation. It also makes her a team-wide healer. I don't think that's that significant, personally. But that does make her even better with Frina, obviously. And I believe she becomes a team-wide healer without needing to on-field her. So, like, her C6 is not just a DPSing constellation, it technically has some supportive utility. I don't think it's worth getting into the depth of this because I haven't thought about it meaningfully and I'm not even going to try. I don't care. I really don't care. It's just, I don't care because of the fact that I know this character can be more than competent to be a DPS not at C6. So, like, I just don't care. I'm sorry. So, you know, if you want to go for it, you know, you do you, right? Sylveon. Should you pull for her? So, I don't know, the question of should you pull for her is first, I said this before, the question of should you pull for her, I think is easiest to answer based on, one, do you have Kazuha already? Because if you have Kazuha, you know, think about the times where, like, has Kazuha been clunky to use and not had buffs that lasted very long in some teams? Have you noticed, like, times where you'd be like, okay, it would be nice if Kazuha's buff were easier to get or lasted longer, or it would be nice if I had a healer instead of Kazuha, but also still had Kazuha-ish buffing, and I'm fine with losing the grouping. Then Xilonen could be very valuable for you. If you don't have Kazuha at all, Xilonen could be very valuable, right? Because having some mix of, you know, buffing unit options available in the game is pretty important for having different compelling strong options, right? If you get Xilonen and if you don't have Kazuha and you end up getting Xilonen, having Xilonen is a reason not to get Kazuha. Having Kazuha is a reason not to get Xilonen, right? They do have similar potential use cases. Which one will be better specifically is going to be depending on the enemy situation and depending on the specific team. Ultimately, I do think there is even and in the context where like Kazuha should be most strong, like aggravate teams, I still can think of situations like I talked about earlier with Sethos, where I think I might end up preferring Xilonen. Is her signature better than Freedom Sworn? Yes. Freedom Sworn is situationally going to be one of her better weapons, though. Well, Freedom Sworn might, if you can take advantage of the plunge buff and the other buff going on, the attack percent buff from Freedom Scorn. Freedom Scorn, I think, can technically be better than her signature, technically. But that's specifically in, like, plunging teams, right? So, yeah, even in contexts, like, where Kazuha has obvious strengths, I could see value for using Xilonen on my account, right? Like, there is value to having both of them, but simultaneously, if your account has a bunch of, like, the strong supportive units in general, that's also very much the main reason not to get her, right? Anyways, so it's like a comparison to Kazuha. Do you have Kazuha currently? If no, Xilonen, in my opinion, probably becomes very compelling. If yes, think about how you use Kazuha and like, would you value a more defensive focus unit rather than a damage focus unit? Do you mind not losing the grouping? You know, would you value the healing? And again, part of the valuation of the healing is, and this is the second big factor, is what are your healer options for Frina? She's not an ideal healer for Frina because she's not just like, she's not Cloud Retainer where you use burst and she'll like keep your whole team topped up and max out the damage bonus pretty quickly, right? She is not seamless of a healer, but she still does heal a lot. She should still, with a healing focus build, in most teams with healer with Farina and Xilonen together, should be able to proc this passive multiple times on Farina, and that is a pretty significant difference maker. Like, I think she's going to be a very compelling healer option for Farina, just not as simple automatic brain off use. Are you annoying Sucrose on purpose? No. Sucrose is great. The number one reason to not get Kazuha is because Sucrose is great. In many ways, like, I think it might almost be smarter to just like have a built Sucrose and get Xilonen compared to like getting Kazuha, quite frankly. That's actually an interesting context. I'm comparing to Kazuha because Sucrose doesn't give Red Shred yellow. Like, Red Shred is that's Red Shred. Sucrose doesn't give damage bonus, my bad. Obviously she gives Red Shred through Animo, through Animo things. Sucrose gives EM, right? It's a different style of buff. Like, Kazuha gives like exactly the same like style of buffs as Xilonen. That's why it's the obvious comparison. But no, honestly, they keep on releasing more and more ways of buffing damage bonus in different ways, by the way. That like, every time they release more damage bonus buffing things, you know, damage bonus buffers become less and less relevant, like Kazuha's buff, and rarer buffs like EM buffs become more and more relevant. So that's kind of my take. Again, going back on, like, I think for the average player, Xilonen could be more useful. If you don't have Kazuha, I think getting Xilonen could be a good option, and then if you need Animo things, you could build Sucrose. right. Sucrose is freaking great. Yes, like, yeah, I know C6 Sucrose is not really a real thing in most contexts, because like the problem is like Sucrose's burst is most relevant when you can utilize the burst for its infusion application. For example, you can do something like I'm interested in doing Gaming Sucrose Bennett Diona, where you infuse Sucrose burst with cryo, but then I'm getting a cryo damage bonus, not for Gaming, right? I don't want pyro infusion because that would be pyro damage bonus, sure, but then I'm not going to be able to melt on my Gaming, right? Like, her burst is most useful when you're infusing another element that's not your DPS unit's element, usually. And also, even in that context, even outside of that context, where like the damage bonus infusion might be good, like, I don't know, a mono element team, it can be good. Yes, it's not nothing. But, you know, if it's not a mono element team, it still might be annoying to get the infusion specifically because of how her burst target. It's not as easy to get the infusion as it is on Kazuha, right? On his burst. It's not the same thing. That's my point. It's kind of clunky. In my opinion, like, C6 Sucrose is mostly not worth worrying about. EM buffs are less useful. EM buffs are rare and extremely useful. like in like VV vape teams, like Pyro vape teams, oftentimes Sucrose is a higher DPS option for the team than Kazuha. Yeah. So, anyways, we're not gonna get into that too much. EM buffs are big. So yeah, I think the meaningful factor is like, do you have Kazuha? Because that affects the value of Xilonen. If you don't, I think she's more valuable. If you do, she still can be valuable. But the factor is how relevant is the healing, in my opinion. Because that's like one of the most unique aspects of her kit. She gets Kazuha tier buffs, but does healing, and has higher uptime, of course, and can buff geo units. You know, if you want her, that's no. If your account is in a state like my account, where I haven't invested, like, I don't have Zhongli, even I like Like, Kachina is one of my best Geo buffers. So, you know, if I want more options for buffing Navia, Xilonen is very compelling, right? Needed, not necessarily, obviously, but a very compelling choice for, it's another relevant aspect on top of the higher uptime buffs. There's a number of relevant things over Kazuha that you could still sell her, even if you have Kazuha. But I think the number one thing is, if you have Furina, what does your healer options look like? If you have a compelling other healer options for Furina already, or you have C2 Furina, then that means, you know, Kuki and Bennett, and, you know, whatever become... I mean, Bennett is still usable with C0 Furina, to be clear, so I think he's still a bad example. But becomes even easier with C2 Furina, right? Then even more so, like, the healing is less relevant, right? In that context. So, I digress, I guess. That's, I think, the main decision point, right? There's no universal answer on whether or not you should get Xilonen. I don't think she's a must-pull. I don't think any character in the game is a must-pull. But I do think she belongs in the tier of characters of very compelling units to pull, because they're one of the units that will be an option to be able to make your team just deal meaningfully more DPS. She is in the same category, in my opinion, as Furina, Kazuha, you know, Bennett, Sucrose, any other buffers. Nahida, right, is probably in that category. All right, I think she's in that category of, like, off-field supportive-ish units. Nahida's a little bit of a weird comparison. Actually, Nahida's a worthwhile comparison because she's on banner after Xilonen's banner. If you don't have Nahida currently, which do you go for? Again, it's a question, do you have Kazuha, do you have Furina? Like, do you already have ways of getting, like, the buffs that Xilonen offers? Nahida will enable much more unique teams. Like, Nahida uniquely enables, like, Dendro teams to be, like, the best variations of themselves in many contexts. Like, there's a very significant difference in the performance of teams, and there will probably never be another Dendro unit that applies as much Dendro as she does, and that is that is the major component. Why does she have 658 EM? What happened to you? Oh, well, that's not correct. How did that happen? Oh, it was the Xiao video. Anyways, like she enables, right, Dendro teams to be uniquely, like, the strongest they can be. Not every Dendro team needs Nahida, obviously, but she will probably not be replaced. Whereas, like, Xilonen has comparable ways to get buffs going on from other units. Nahida will probably never be replaced. But if you're someone who's in a situation where, like, the main thing you care about is just improving your Navia team, and then having a unit that's also relevant for improving your Nubilet's damage or whatever, and you don't really care about Dendro teams and making Dendro teams better, you don't care about having new team options, you just care about making your existing team stronger, then Xilonen could be a very compelling choice over Nahida still, right? Depends on the kind of player you are, ultimately. I would say Nahida on a baseline of she enables stronger, more unique teams on her own right, to be better, that Nahida is probably the more compelling choice, right? Between the two. But, and she also does a lot more damage herself, which is a meaningful factor, with Electro at least. Yeah, that's my, I think, take, which I think is a worthwhile comparison, since they are so different units, but they are still very relevant units in the same tier of relevant units for mini teams, making mini teams stronger, but they do very different things, right? They're not comparable. You don't swap one or the other. Another comparison, I think, and this might be the one, for me, is like the most oblate, like, this is a character that Xilonen is power creeping. It's a character I don't have because it's a character I don't really like. I personally, to be clear, this is not objectively this case, because one of the main reasons people like this character is shielding. Zhongli shielding is obviously, like, the interruption resistance is, like, why people like him. It's part of the reason I dislike him. But Xilonen gives more res shred than he does. To be clear, Zhongli does gender res shred. Zhongli does res shred for all elements. Xilonen gives res shred only to Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, Electro, or Geo. So that is the difference, right? He can buff Animo, and he can buff Dendro more. And then his shielding and interruption resistance. But on a anything other than Animo Dendro context, on a baseline of her being a defensive unit that buffs a bunch, I think she's just like, she more than any character gives me even less reason to get Zhongli. Like, I've seen contexts where I'm like, yeah, it'd be kind of nice to have Zhongli here on my main account, but like, I still dislike how they designed his shield, and I don't like just brain off, never be interrupted gameplay. I like having to pay attention to enemies personally, right? That's why for me, she is 100% basically just better than Zhongli other than niche scenarios. So Zhongli still has interesting, fun things to his kit, to be clear. I still think the way his normal attacks work is one of the most unique things about his kit. He has weird construct synergy, yada yada, right? Xilonen does not have a construct, right? So she doesn't like enable 2-doll version of Chiori. So there are obviously things that are still relevant on him. It's not just complete power creep. And I think most people that really like Zhongli will probably not feel it's power creep because of how much they like the shield and the interruption resistance. But that's not something I care about. So for me, she just like kind of invalidates the main things that Zhongli does. Quite frankly. Yep. He can buff with Archaic Petra. Archaic Petra is so garbage. No. Like, baseline level, I can get why you might think that, right? Like, this set gives damage bonus after doing crystallizes with a Geo unit. It gives 40% damage bonus for whatever elements were involved in the reaction. So that'd be, like, let's say do a Pyro crystallize. That's 40% damage bonus for Geo and Pyro. The problem with Petra is, right, it is 35% damage bonus upon for the elemental shard created through the crystallize reaction. I believe this is not any geo damage bonus, by the way. It is less uptime. It's not that high of an uptime. And notably, you have to pick up the shard on the unit that holds part Petra. Having to, like, hold skill on Zhongli and then go pick up the frickin' shard is bad. Like, and that is a DPS loss, potentially. Especially because, like, your alternative of Zhongli is, like, do tenacity, which makes his shield better. So, like, you know, if you're worried about, like Consecrated Beast getting through a shield, or, and also you lose some of the, whatever, like, you lose the tenacity, but the 20% attack buff. And yes, tenacity is not 100% up, because, like, you know, pillar Zhongli problems, we know. Yes, like, I'm not saying it's never valuable to do Petra and Zhongli, but, like, come on. The way that this works is not the same as trigger crystallize, get 15 to 20 seconds of 40% geo damage bonus and other damage bonus, right? It's a very different, even if the numbers in total are technically relatively close. The time is very different. The time of the duration of buff is different, and having to waste field time to be able to pick up a crystallized shard, and particularly, just, no, I don't like it. I'm sorry. Yep, and also, again, like, the most significant thing, like, Xilonen does, even in contexts where Xilonen doesn't trigger the buff for this, because there will be contexts where she doesn't, because it'll just be clunky. Like, it'll be clunky in multi-wave scenarios with, like, Emily, Dia, Mualani, for me to get consistent Hydro Crystallizes to get the Hydro damage bonus with Xilonen and Mualani together. But I will still get the Red Shred, and the Red Shred is the more significant buff going on. So, like, Xilonen is still more significant of a buffer. Anyways, that's my spiel on that, I guess. I think that's all I have to say. I think I can more focus on people asking questions a little bit more than I was before. I was mostly wanted to show my shtick of things I had floating around in my head, and we can go and, like, test out, demonstrate things. You know, one thing I can go and test and demonstrate real quick is, like, the Sathos team as an example, because I think it'll be one of the most interesting ones for highlighting the difference of Xilonen versus Kazuha, where, since it's a team where Kazuha, like, has many upsides over Xilonen. And, like, I don't need Xilonen's healing. Wait, no, I do need official. Let's do, like, Sethos. God freaking dang it. And then where's the cat? There's the cat. And Kazuha. Yes, I'm probably gonna pull Chiori tomorrow, but well, I don't know. I haven't decided. I'm gonna pull her tonight, to be clear. Or pull for Xilonen tonight. I will, I don't know. So I have 15,000 Prima Gems. A bunch of these are from the Hoyo Creator Awards, which is nice. So, like, the Hoyo Creator Awards is realistically what might enable me to get Chiori. I think most likely what I'm gonna do is just... I think what I'll do is I'll be like... I'm gonna start the video being like, hey, it's Chiori's banner. Like, just, it'll be like, it's Chiori's banner. I'll do a 10 pull on Chiori's banner. And then I'll be like, okay, actually, I have a bunch of Genesis Crystals for Xilonen, and the concept of the video I'm going to structure it as, will X amount of dollars get me, will this amount of Genesis Crystals, by the way, this is $300 of Genesis Crystals with the top-up bonuses, is what this is. That's what the video concept is going to be. Will this amount of Genesis Crystals, which is, I think, what is 34,000 is like 215 wishes, I think. Will this amount of crystals get me Xilonen C2? The answer is probably no. Quite frankly, I'm gonna have to get quite lucky for that. But if I do manage to get a little bit lucky in some form, my hope is that I have some spare Prima Gems to get Chiori. I don't want to have to spend money to get Chiori. Like I'm already having to spend a bunch of money for the concept of the video. Paimon's Bargains, to be clear, sponsored most of this, like $200 of it, which thank you, because otherwise I would be losing money. But yeah. We'll see what happens, basically. I don't know. At least I'll get C6 Dory, which is cool. So yeah. What do you think about the Xilonen trailer? It was interesting. It was definitely interesting. I don't know why I held there. You know, do that, and we can do this, and then we do a grouping, and I did not swirl Electro there, as you saw. Right, just as an example, right? I think I can do this a little bit better though by probably starting with the cat, doing that. It's the wrong character. Do this. Did I still not swirl? How about now? There we go. All right. Like you can see, there's weird problems like that. But if I do a full sequence, obviously those enemies just kind of aren't that tanky, so it's not the best test platform, I guess. But if I do like a full sequence here of that, yeah, I'm not getting swirled in the initial hit, but oh no, see, I didn't get a swirl there, right? We don't even have an infusion on the burst. Weird inconsistencies like that, even with Fischl, because of the fact that like Kirara, and I like using Kirara in this team because I just enjoy it. I don't know, sue me, I guess, right? But you know, she can be clunky, or he can be clunky, right? See, still didn't get the swirl, I think. I think I did after a second there, but if I'm doing the full sequence of either additional charge attacks of, or doing his burst sequence and a charge attack sequence, which is technically optimal, Setho's like, he runs out of some buffs, right? On top of the clunkiness of swirling. So, you know, the value add of being able to do Kirara, do, you know, do we swirl this time. And this is me just like trying to automatically play without trying to do specific setups that ensure it, right? And you can see I didn't get a swirl. I got like 40,000 damage, I think, there. Yeah, by the way, some of the damage fall off is not just losing a VV buff. Some of the damage fall off is Sethos only gets the buff for 4 charge attacks. I think that's a context, right, where even though Kazuha is potentially meaningfully better for grouping and damage output, Xilonen might just feel much more consistent, right? Is what I would probably describe it as. But we'll see. But yeah, and then of course, like, for mini players, by the way, the obvious context where like she will be most useful is units like Nuvilat that want to just, you know, beam for a long duration time. units like Sethos, right? Any kind of longer duration on fielder, will see more relative value from the longer duration buffs. But notably, you also just have like more rotation flexibility by having longer duration buffs, because usually like Kazuha, right, you would want to like with Kazuha you want to, and this is not a team, this Arlecchino team is not a team where I plan on or think I will replace Kazuha, but you normally want to try to keep Kazuha buff as close to, you know, like the ideal would be swirling Pyro right before I switch to Arlecchino, right? Because that would maximize the buff uptime for Arlecchino's damage. I do this, do that. What I usually do in this team is not that. I do Candace because okay, my brain is fuddled because I put Ben in the wrong spot. Right. This is a context wherein like the point I'm trying to make is like you could have the longer buff uptime would mean you don't have to like restrict your rotation to trying to like have your Kazuha go right before you switch back to your DPS unit. You instead can start with doing Xilonen at this right away, get the buffs going right away, and then do your other rotation. And that also means like you have like red shred buffs for like other off-field damage dealers going on potentially, while you're like bursting on your other units too, before you switch back to your on-fielder as well. Like there's all kinds of like little aspects of that where that longer buff uptime can change rotations in a way that may result in meaningfully higher like functional DPS, even if the buffs are similar on paper, right? Is what I would say. I choose Candace over Xilonen because I like it more, but also because it's situationally better. Such as this situation where I can trigger Vapes on all those units at the same exact time. Xilonen can't do that. Well, she can kind of do it for her first few hits because her like skill can apply Hydro initially on all three, right? So it's not like Xialon's a bad unit in this slot. But I prefer Candace because it's also faster rotation. She gives a similar amount of buff at a baseline to Xilonen. Also has the option to be on an instructor's build. Xilonen technically could do, I guess. But Xilonen you normally wouldn't have an instructor's build because her damage is a bit more relevant than Candace's in a solo Hydra situation, right? So Candace has more relevance to be put on instructors, but it's still a hard build to do on her because she has high ER needs, of course. She's not on instructors right now, by the way. She's on Emblem, I think. And it has faster rotations. No, like, burst animation thing to wait for. Like, I find it far more engaging to play. So I use Candace. I like it more. But, of course, you know, in this situation where I didn't, you know, hit all of them at the same time, like, Xilonen would have been, like, the exact same. Like, I've tested Xilonen versus Candace in this team, and it feels ultimately very similar. There's just situations where Candace is better, and I prefer the flexible, weird, fast rotations that Candace offers. So, yeah, if you end up getting C6 Candace when pulling for Xilonen, that is what is basically necessary. It just is necessary for Arlecchino synergy. Yeah, consider it. That's it. So, no, you don't do C0 Candace in the team. C0 Candace at least does have value with like Mualani or something. So yeah, that's too much Hydro, isn't it? What are we talking about? Can I give you my account so you can play Chiori? I mean, I'm probably gonna pull Chiori. I have a build ready for her. I leveled a bunch of artifacts for her, so like the reason I want Chiori, like weirdly enough, I do think Xilonen reduces the value of Chiori a bit. But the reason I want Chiori is because I think she's a lot more compelling now that Kachina exists. Because Kachina is a free unit that can do geo buffing and buffing for another element on the team, and can have a path towards a build like I use on my Kachina, which has a bunch of EM. So her crystallized shields, which I think she generates like 4 of them. So her crystallized shields are shielding for about, since her damage doesn't matter, right? You can spec her into EM. I think like 4 or 5,000 HP. I can't remember exactly. Like they're a meaningful shield. It's not nothing, and she generates them over a duration of her skill, so like you can get multiple of them. They can be potentially clunky to pick up. It's a weird form of defensive utility, but it's a form of defensive utility I find engaging, and she's a free unit that can do buffing and some defensive utility, and she enables like full damage mode on Chiori. So like you can have a Chiori Kachina like lower investment team core, which I think is especially compelling because Chiori has access to using Harbinger of Dawn as a very compelling weapon option for her. Harbinger of Dawn is a little bit less ideal for Chiori with Farina teams, of course, but I don't know. I think it's interesting. I think it's worthwhile to have an option on my account available to do something that's like a little bit more low investment. Like still uses a 5-star, yes, but it uses a 5-star that's just with a free character, and like is an interesting baseline 2-unit team core that could have whatever combination of other 2 units with Kachina and Chiori together to maybe make for competent DPS. Like in my stupid Xiao video I made lately, I could have done something like Xiao, Kachina, Chiori, and in that context, you know, Kachina is not buffing Xiao, of course, but I don't know, Xiao, Fischl, Kachina, Chiori, right? And Kachina's buffing Fischl a little bit, Chiori's doing her damage, Fischl's doing her damage, and then Xiao is like swirling around and doing something, right? Like I'm not saying it would be good, it's not an optimal Xiao team, but it's an optional to make a team that might actually do a very functional amount of DPS, right? And I think that's an interesting, worthwhile thing to explore. You need C1 Chiori to play with Navia. I wasn't getting her Navia. Kachina. 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 If I said Navia, I meant to say Kachina. I don't think I did, though. But maybe I did. I don't know. Anyways, you can pull in 1.5 hours. No, I don't think you can. Maintenance is starting. Well, maintenance. The banner is ending in 1.5 hours. Maintenance will start in like 3 or 4 hours, and then you had to wait 5 hours. So like you gotta wait like 10 hours, 9 hours. I believe. I think everyone has to wait that amount of time because I think servers are the same for everyone. I never claim my dailies. Oh, I hate that I freaking condensed my resin by accident. Okay. Whatever. Anyways, any other questions, Xilonen? A little bit distracted there. But. Is it today for you? It is indeed today for me, Kunch Pandit. Thank you for asking. Is it today for you as well? I have a hunch it might be today for most people. So, anyways, what did? I was replying to a chatter, not you. Ah, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, how do you still have Kenichin Raiden banners up? Oh, I see. That was the question. Is Chiori underrated? I don't know. I'll answer that question. Like that's kind of why I want Chiori. Is like I will probably make at least one video, right? Presuming I get her, which I think I will. Fairly committed at this point. Be like, is Chiori good now? And it's going to be because of Kachina, and that's going to be the video, right? It's going to be exactly what I'm talking about. Is the Kachina team core a worthwhile reason to consider Chiori, right? To be clear, I think Chiori is still an extremely unnecessary unit to get. But if you like her, I think the availability of Kachina at a baseline for every single Genshin player makes Kachina probably a more compelling unit to go for than in the past. Where like I would say it felt like really hard to be like Chiori had value without like Zhongli, right? So, anyways, also like Chiori has interesting nuance that I kind of want to muck with, like the fact that she does a switch to the next character in your party order, I believe after her skill, and she can do that mid-air, which is weird. Like that's just weird and interesting, and I wish they'd do more of that. And it ignores ping, like that's cool. Please just remove the ping check for character switching though. And just scanning through the comments, or sorry, for Xilonen questions. Staff of Homa, best weapon for Candace? I mean, yes, probably if you want to make her like your main DPS, but not in like a generalized context if you want to just use Candace for different situations. Setho's charge attack bug still working? What's Setho's charge attack bug? I don't know what that you're talking about. You would think I would, but I don't. I don't like joining people's like mains communities because they tend to be kind of cringe. Not always. It really depends on the individual community, to be clear. But I find it disappointing how like you go to mains communities that should, like, if you go to Alhaitham mains, they should be the kind of people that embrace the idea of using Alhaitham in a bunch of different weird ways. And instead they're just like cringe people who are just like, no, you must play Alhaitham this way. Like that's what the mains communities tend to do. So I'm sorry, but I tend to not go towards those communities. And that means I might not have realized like what Sethos bug you're talking about. Anyways, I don't see any notable questions, but shush. If I missed anything, feel free to ask away. C6 Dory is good for hyperloop. C6 Dory is good like as an on-field like aggravate DPS team-wide healer driver with Farina. Like, she's actually quite strong. Is Xilonen good for Albedo? Oh, that's an interesting question. Yeah. I mean, that's interesting, right? Actually, because you can do, like, as far as like another, like if we're talking like 2-unit Geo cores, like doing Kachina Chiori together, you know, not Navia, Shilonen's not here, but doing Xilonen and Albedo together is actually kind of interesting because she can buff Albedo a little bit, right? Doing that team core. And then Albedo will do some EM. Right? And EM buffing. And like you could actually also have the option of like, well, I don't know how many times this skill hits or whatever, but like a little bit of off-field damage that she is buffing, right? How relevant is it truly? I don't know, but it's interesting, right? Doing a team core of Xilonen and Albedo, right? You'd increase his damage, you get Geo Resonance, whatever, and then you could do whatever other 2 units you want with them, right? I don't know, that's interesting. Is it good for Albedo? I don't know, like, if you're trying to maximize the damage you ever see from Albedo, probably, yes. The same thing, because, like, there's just not that many options for Geo buffing in the game. Like Shilonen's probably the most compelling non-Goro Geo buffer, right? I would say. Yes, that would restrict you to double Geo, not mono Geo, triple Geo. But I think that's still a very compelling selling point, is her ability to buff Geo units and like maybe give you more team options where Albedo can be compelling, or like even on-fielded. I don't know. I'm not saying like it's a synergy that makes it like, oh, you should pull Albedo, but it probably makes them more usable in more teams. So, yeah. Xilonen DPS scales off elemental skill. If you're doing DPS mode on Xilonen, with only one Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, or Electro teammate, which probably is Farina, then actually, is it probably Farina? Because you need another healer. Oh, I don't know. You're probably the ideal DPS Xilonen team realistically is like Farina, Cloud Retainer, a second Geo like Kachina, and then or Zhongli, or Goro C6, I guess. Goro C6, I think it's like a side grade, and actually it might be no, I think it's a downgrade. Yeah, I think it's a downgrade. Kachina, sorry. I think I did check calcs on that to see if Goro C6 was an upgrade in a double Geo team for DPSing her. But anyways, so someone like Xilonen, Cloud Retainer, Farina, Kachina would be potentially compelling, right? For DPSing Xilonen. And in that context, her damage will scale off of her normals, but a lot of the buffs are coming from, like, you know, the flat damage buff from Cloud Retainer. So do you have to level Shilonen's normals? Nope. Am I going to? Yes. But yeah, you level her burst if you want more healing, basically, and a little bit more damage for DPS mode. And you level her skill as the primary priority because of her Red Shred. It being a supportive ability, I think means it's one of the few abilities in the game that, in my opinion, is worth crowning. Do you need to crown it? No. Depends on the kind of player you are. But it being, you know, ability that for the expensive resources of the crown itself is not that expensive. As long as you don't go crazy with crowns. But the Mora cost and like resin cost of getting the materials makes crowning really expensive. such that like when you're crowning abilities that only benefit one character, which is most abilities, like usually it's just like increasing the scaling multipliers, it's usually not super relevant to crown, except for characters that you just really, really like, right? But like, be smart with it. Don't waste your resources. Don't just because like there's many people have seen that crown too often, in my opinion. And like you're spending so many resources on crowning that you're putting your progression of your account behind. Is kind of what it is. It's not the most efficient use of your resources. Point being, crowning, I think Xilonen's skill is worthwhile because of the fact that it can benefit many units rather than just benefiting one character, right? But it's ultimately like from level 9 to 10, it's a 3% red shred increase. And I believe it's at level 8, it's a 30% red shred. So you go from 30% to 33% at level 9, 36 at level 10. I'm going to level 10 it. I have enough resources to take her to 8, 10, 8 right away. Well, I might not have enough more, but we'll figure that problem out. So yeah. Anyways. What does C1 Xilonen do, though? By the way, Grim Notes, your comparison of Raiden damage to Chiori damage is a little bit weird. I'm pretty sure, because I'm pretty sure the Akasha leaderboard for Raiden Hyper doesn't calculate rotation damage, it calculates burst hit damage. Like, the only thing the Akasha leaderboard for Raiden Hyper leaderboard calculates is what this specific multiplier gets. And Raiden does get more damage than just this multiplier, right? That's all it's calculating, though, I'm pretty sure. You got to double check. I might be wrong on that. But I'm pretty sure Raiden Hyper leaderboard, 450,000 damage for the number 1 Raiden, sounds like just her initial burst hit. Because that's a C2 calculation leaderboard, keep in mind, with Sara C6, Kazuha, Bennett in the calculation. So it's not the same comparison, but yes, Chiori is actually Chiori can very much do a compelling amount of off-field damage. Anyways, what teams can you make for Mualani Vape if you don't have Emily and Baiju as a friend? As a friend was asking for advice on her. I mean, I don't know if they're asking like if Xilonen is relevant for them. Maybe yes, but obviously Xilonen will not enable Mualani to vape. The question would be, what do they have for... The first thing to figure out as far as Mualani vaping is what do they have for off-field pyro options, right? I like doing Dia as one of the defensive unit options for also off-field pyro, particularly in conjunction with Dendro. You don't need Emily. You can do something like Nahida, right? Nahida will give an EM buff and will provide the Dendro to keep up burning, right? Nice, easy option. Then Dia, and then Nahida can also be on Prototype Amber for healing. So, you know, if you don't have another healer in the team. And then, like, who do you do for the last slot? Well, you can do someone like Handis for just normal attack buff, non-C6. C6 might screw up things. Actually, I don't know that C6 will screw up things in a burning team, but at a baseline, though, normal attack damage bonus, good for Mualani. Hydra Resonance, energy, potentially good as well. So that's an option. You also have the option of, I don't know, just throwing like Sucrose in there, right? Sucrose can infuse Pyro, notably. So she can increase your Pyro application with her burst, but she can also just give an EM bonus, right? And depending on if you play it well, you can also potentially get a little bit of, like, you can maybe at least get a VV buff for like your initial hit if you do like a normal attack, swirl the Hydro from Mualani, but you're not usually going to be prioritizing swirling Hydro if you're doing Sucrose in a burning team specifically, but you can at least still give an EM buff, right? So yeah, I don't know, and obviously if you're using Xiangling, like a solo Pyro Xiangling for off-field Pyro for Xiangling, or for Mualani, then again, it's just like, okay, what else do you do other than that? I'd say Solo Pyro Xiangling pushes you towards more VV vape things, so doing something like Candace E, or yeah, you know, I think you Candace E, Sucrose E, Xiangling EQ, and then damage. And I guess probably Sucrose. I don't know. Sucrose burst could cause no. If you try to make sure it's Pyro, you're probably fine. Anyways, this also is a no healer problem, but right, you could do something like that. Just figure out your off-field pyro and then like work around that, and then put someone else, some other mix of units that can keep you alive a little bit, or whatever else. I don't know. I think KQM probably has a guide that's like probably has good recommendations, or Sevi probably has good recommendations for the lowest investment, free-to-play accessible team. You definitely don't need Emily for her, that's for sure.
Got a job for me? The pleasure is all mine.
I think it's the best IC6 team. That is very not a Xilonen question. Is not something I've considered. I don't know. The IC6 just makes her damage go up a lot, so it's the same as like normal Yai teams technically. And it depends on how you're using Yai, because like her build will potentially change how you can use it a little bit. Xilonen better hurry up. You need to fuel your gambling addiction. Yep. You know what I should do? I should go. Okay, so like the smart thing for me is probably I need Mora. I should probably, since I accidentally condensed my resin, should probably spend it on Mora. But, alright, there's the correct decision, which is Mora. Discard Mora or Hero's Wits. But I think Mora is what I need more. Or artifacts. Because, I don't know, I could cope with the mentality that I might finally get a decent circlet for Mualani, and then I could actually consider moving Mualani off 2Bs. I shouldn't let you decide, because I know people are just going to choose Gamba, because that's what artifacts are. But, I don't know, it'll be fine. It'll be fine, probably. I think I have enough more. Well, okay, if I get Chiori, I definitely don't have enough more. But Chiori's going to be, it'll take a little bit while to level her. Just buy her more from the shop. Yeah, I mean, look, that is... Oh, it's so expensive. It's so expensive, but yes, I technically can. I technically can. And I will probably not run out of this because of the fact that I do my stupid wishing videos, right? I can. So you're not wrong. But, yeah, anyways. That's only 1 million more, right? Because, yeah, it's only 1 million more. It's not even that much for how much, yeah. I don't want to do that. I will do it if I need a little bit, like, in the short term. But it's not my priority. It unironically might be more efficient to resin refresh to get more than it is to, like, buy this more consistently, right? Because this is... how many wishes does it take to get, like... As far as, like, if you're talking spending money for more, right? Is it smarter to resin refresh, or is it smarter to do this? I think the answer is resin refresh, technically, which I hate. I hate that. I hate that. But, anyways, whatever. If I need to do things to level up characters for videos, it's just a business cost as much as I hate it. Anyways. Newbie with Farina, Xilonen, and Kazuha can use HP Goblet. Almost assuredly, yes. I'm pretty sure Newbie with Farina is already, like, on at a baseline Newbie Farina is enough damage bonus with Nuvilet's, because Nuvilet has an inbuilt passive that gives him a little bit of damage bonus, right? Based on, I think, his HP, right? Doesn't he? Yeah, for each 1% of his max HP greater than 30% of max HP. That's really goofy. He gains 0.6% Hydro bonus, maximum of 30% can be attained this way. Alright, so getting a little bit of inbuilt damage bonus, plus like Farina damage bonus, and especially if you're doing Kazuha Xilonen, I don't know confidently, but I'm willing to bet that yes, HP Goblet will just be better. But it's going to depend on your, like, it's going to depend on like what weapon you're using, right? Because if you're, why is this on him? If you're going to use, I haven't really played him in a while. If you're going to use, you know, Prototype Amber, which is an HP weapon, that's going to change the equation a little bit potentially, right? If you're using, and how many HP substats you have might change the equation a little bit too, right? If you have 50% HP substats, that might bias you still towards Hydro Goblet, even with a lot of damage bonus going on. I don't know. The point is, it depends on your build a little bit. But chances are with Farina damage bonus, Nuvilet passive damage bonus, like that is It's like 40, like, I don't even, well, let's assume C1 for Rina, sorry, not C1 for Rina. So it's 75% plus 30% is 135, plus it's 185 damage bonus at a baseline, plus this, so that's 200% damage bonus from 2 piece on this. Anything else I'm missing? I don't think so. Like, that's a lot of damage bonus, which probably biases you towards crit damage, or sorry, HP goblet. Probably, but it depends on what goblet you got. Oh yeah, I used a physical build on him recently. Yeah. I love this goblet. I love that this goblet was perfect for the physical nucleat. Yeah. Anyways, you know, there's the proof I don't use nucleat meaningfully. And someone passed on the advice. She likes Xilonen, but doesn't have enough of the pulse to get her after she failed to get Mualani's signature. Aware, concerned. Yep. See, weapon banner is just because weapon banner is better doesn't mean it's actually that much better. Like, I want to emphasize my point that I said originally during like 5.0, and that the change to the weapon banner is nothing if you don't have enough wishes to guarantee the weapon, right? If you're someone who wishes in the weapon banner because, like, oh, you won your 50-50 for Mualani and now you have 70 wishes to spare in the weapon banner, the weapon banner is exactly the same as it was before for that situation. And I think that's the majority of how people tend to wish in the weapon banner, is they just happen to have spare wishes, they got a character they liked, they got lucky winning the 50-50 or getting them early or something, and then they have spare wishes and they go on the weapon banner. Like, that's why the weapon banner exists, is to bait people out of things, to, like, force them to spend money, because now they use their wishes for weapon banner on frickin' Mualani's banner, instead of saving it for Xilonen, which would have been more relevant for Mualani than her frickin' signature, right? So, yeah. Don't get baited by weapon banner. Thank you for, at least you can thank your friend for being an example of learning a lesson, and hopefully they'll learn their lesson too, right? The weapon banner is not better unless you have enough to guarantee it, okay? if you have enough to guarantee, yeah, obviously it takes less to guarantee a weapon now, and that's good. Yay. Thank you for changing it, Mihoyo. It's better. But if you don't have enough to guarantee, it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same. Have I done the Geo tribe stories? So one thing I realized, I'm purposely not doing, I'm not gonna do the rest of the stories in this or in the Springs area here. Actually the Geo one I think I can max out this week. If you do the story quests, right? So you can't get any of the weekly rewards from reputation when you max out the reputation anymore, right? So the fact that the story quests give you reputation means it gets you to the max level reputation quicker, which means you stop getting artifact XP. Right? You get artifact XP rewards. It's not like it's that significant, to be clear, but I'd rather have the artifact XP rewards. So, yes, you can just not claim it, but no, I haven't done it. But, like, my brain is going to claim it by automatically. If I see the thing here, my brain will claim it. So my point is, like, I'm just going to get the rewards through this and complete them slightly slower, because what, I need the Pyro Traveler rewards now? No, I'll be fine. I don't need the Pyro Traveler Constellation. I'm assuming that's what this is. I don't need the Pyro Traveler Constellation material now. They don't exist. So, like, yeah. Pyro Compass? Can I see the freaking what map? Natlan was well designed enough that I don't need the Pyro Compass. And I prefer, same thing as like interactive map, quite frankly. The Pyro Compass I don't mind as much as an interactive map because it's an actual in-game utility. But it's valuable, but it's not something I need to prioritize, obviously.
Is this really necessary?
Do you have all 407 chests? I don't know. I don't even know if there's a way to check. Anyway, this is supposed to be a Xilonen stream. That's not the right thing. Questions about Xilonen? No. I don't. Oh no. I'm missing probably, that's actually so surprising. There's 407. How am I missing that many? But oh no, I'm missing like if those are, I bet they're probably the majority of them are common chests, right? So let's assume 40 are common chests, 2 Primo gems each. 80 Primos. Oh, I don't think I can handle it. But anyways, point is, I'm down for getting the Pyro Compass. I just don't need it now. That's my point. I'll be fine, right? I don't care. It's valuable. I don't personally care. And I'd rather have the artifact XP. So I'm just gonna not do the quests until I max out the XP. And I will, you know what? We can actually probably max out this one right now. So I don't think, oh no, I did this week already? I did. Oh, okay. Never mind. Wait, no I didn't. Why did it say? Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing, that's why. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Here we go. What we need to do, get 120 for these at the highest difficulty. That's 240. So 2 of these and then 2 of the bounties. Alright, claim. Claim. And then I can finish the Geo story quest, so I can do Xilonen's FOMO rewards. Yeah, I can always get the chest later. If I need them sigils, I can get them later. But yeah, the point of being, I think I can get the Pyro Compass in like a week or 2, worst case scenario. It's not really that much of a concern to me. Let's go over here. I was waiting. Are you secretly Thor Pirate software streamer? You sound like him? Nope, I don't think so. As far as I'm aware. I could be, you know. Maybe we are a merged consciousness at some point in the past and we separated. It's possible. I don't know. You never know what's going on in the world. Xilonen value over Kachina for Navia? I mean, yeah, Xilonen should be meaningfully better than Kachina for Navia. So, yes. I don't think that's very complicated. Yes. Do you need to go for her? Is it maybe a different question. Maybe, if you really like Navia. Like it's unlikely we're gonna get. How did he die? You were shooting me with something. I see. No. It is unlikely. I think we are going to get a much better buffer for Navia than she is, right? So, oh, you're not dead yet. This is just an overworld team for me at this point. It is not meant to maximize Kenichi's damage. Yeah. Folium, Kachina's kind of good. That's true, yeah. Folium, Kachina can be more valuable for potential defensive utility. Kachina can generate more crystallizes than Navia. So yeah, that is true. It is not objectively 100% better for Navia in every way. So, you know, that is a worthwhile thing to mention. And obviously Kachina is free, which is a very big difference maker, right? So like, you get some red shred and you get some healing, right? Over Kachina, and you lose like the additional crystallizes. It's ultimately probably not going to be the biggest difference maker for your Navia team compared to, you know, stop freaking blades. Compared to just your like, I don't know. Your like general investment on like your Xiangling or whatever. If you're playing Xiangling with Navia, that might affect your experience more. But also, again, the value of like Xilonen is not actually just buffing Xiangling, or sorry, not just buffing Navia. It's buffing your Xiangling or buffing your Farina in your Navia team, right? So, pick one. Oh, by the way, I forgot about the poll. By the way. 55% for artifacts. I guess we're artifacting. Xilonen on the with Dendro set instead of the Natlan buff set, and she shreds Dendro. Wait, what? Navia Folium is crazy. I mean, there is the one Claymore technically. There is the one Claymore technically that buffs attack by EM, but you don't actually get damage value from EM, so it's not worthwhile. It's extremely meme. I would not recommend. Hybrid Navia is not a thing. We make Zenless content. I don't know. How to play Zenless is a weird question, because like I don't know how to describe how to play Zenless. It's a game I've been able to feel my way through naturally. I don't know. I should live stream it more, quite frankly. It's just like the game has turned into like a normal like gacha daily situation for me. Like most days I'm not playing it that long, right? What are we doing? So, yeah. I think Xilonen would be viable in a Tignari team. I mean, she's not gonna buff Tignari at all, right? But it depends on what you're doing. There is potential value to doing, I don't know, Farina, Yai, Tignari, Xilonen? Xilonen? I don't know why I'm saying Xilonen now. Flutter Xilonen. So, yeah, I don't know, right? Like, it's just that could be compelling, right? Because a problem that I would say like Quick Bloom Tignari has with Farina, like Quick Bloom, or not, sorry, it's not really Quick Bloom. It's just you're generating some blooms and they'll occasionally be hit, so it's not really Quick Bloom. But like the problem with doing that at the baseline, right? You could do Quick Bloom. You could do Hyper Bloom Tignari with like Kuki on the team instead of Yai too. But yeah, so let's say you're doing like Farina, Tignari, Kuki. Kuki's obviously not an ideal healer for Farina. But I don't know, something like Tignari, Yai, Farina, and then Xilonen instead of like Kazuha there. Obviously, you don't have a healer for Farina. Where Xilonen can be your healer for Farina, and she can give automatic res shred for Farina. And what's her bucket? Official, right? That's pretty compelling, I think. I do think it. Yeah, the point is there's context. Xilonen is not gonna benefit Tignari, but she will benefit the other units in the team significantly. And could, with pairing with Farina especially, could give Tignari some more flexible, decent team options. Compared to like doing Tignari, Kuki, Farina. Because you'd basically be forced to do like another healer in the team in that context, right? Yeah. So it's doable. It's probably not one of the primary use cases for her though, but it's something we can definitely do. You know, in fact, I'm gonna put that down as a note to test tomorrow. Tignari, Yai, Farina, with Xilonen. We will test that tomorrow. Oh, by the way, I had a video idea. I watched it's a funny video. The dude's is obviously a memer. I forgot his channel name, but you might have seen it pop up in your YouTube algorithm. Some random smaller creator, and like I'm a smaller creator too, by the way, made a video like ranking Genshin goblets as cups. And that's just like the funniest stupid meme concept for a video. And I'm not necessarily a fan of the specific like style, I would say, but it was a very funny concept video, and it's just funny. And at risk of someone else stealing my idea, I'm just gonna say what my idea was. I was like, maybe I could do a meme video like his. And for some reason, the idea that popped into my head was ranking Genshin feathers as birds, like as if they like, what is the bird, like imagine looking at the feather for Obsidian Codex and be like, what kind of bird does this belong to, and then ranking them based on that. Ranking Genshin feathers as birds. So yeah, Soulsmith, yeah, check out his video. Zajef did circlets. Nice, good job, Zajef. Circlets says hats, I assume. Yep, that's good. Yep, do the wrong character. Whoop. Yeah, the guy, he definitely had like, I don't know like if he was intentionally acting up with his I don't want to be doing this energy, but it was a vibe and it was quite funny. So anyways, yeah, go check out that video if you haven't. I can maybe try to find the link actually. Give me a second. Soul Schmidt Genshin cups goblets. There we go. Nice. It has 66,000 views. He deserves it because it's a funny video. There you go. Bam. If you want to check out a silly video. HP with crit damage. I mean, it could really him. No. Did I look at the other artifacts I just got? What did I get in the previous run? I don't remember. Ancient feathers and how much they would tickle. Yeah, there you go. Anyways. Only problem is, like, I don't think I'm gonna make that video, like, the time to make that video would be right now, because it's just like it's like, if I make it, like, a week from now, right, it's just like, why are you making this meme video after everyone stopped caring about it? But I have other videos I want to make this week, like, I have an account fixing video, and then, obviously, the wishing video for Xilonen, and then I have either DPS Xilonen or DPS Kachina. Probably DPS Kachina will be first. Well, no, sorry, I'll probably do DPS Xilonen first, specifically because it's like might get more views. Sorry, like the ideal time for a DPS Kachina video would have been during Kachina's release, but I waited because I didn't have Xilonen. I wanted Xilonen for it, so we'll do DPS Kachina, I think, after next week. So anyways, like I have videos planned this week. I don't have a way to slot in a meme video. So I don't know. If anyone wants to steal the idea, go ahead, I guess. You have my permission. Maybe I'll do a short, actually. YouTube recently, you can do shorts longer than 1 minute now. So I could do, maybe I could like try to edit down. Maybe I could try to edit down, I don't know. Well, the vote is for nothing anymore because I'm done artifact farming. So, could you do it on stream perhaps? Maybe. Remind me tomorrow after, like, at the end of the Xilonen stream or something. I don't want to do it this stream because I think I do want to actually keep the stream technically focused on Xilonen, even though you guys have not asked me any questions, or I've ignored them by accident. But anyways, ranking the Genshin cards by how their art. That could be valuable too, but anyway, I'm not planning to make 100 different tier list videos or anything. It's just yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm making. I might do that Genshin Ultimate tier list eventually. Still, so anyways, yeah, I might do a short video maybe. Let's oh wait, let's check the. Xilonen better than Chevy on overload teams? Oh, that is a good question. That's weird. That's a weird question. Yeah, C6 Chevy is definitely no. I forgot I got that. Yeah, I got this annoyed me because if this was on the Obsidian Codex, this could have been a Mualani piece. It upset me so much. Anyways, so the interesting thing to think about in the factor of of Chevreuse versus Xilonen for overload teams. The red shred buff. Oh, nice. Okay. That is the ideal stats for my Mualani situation, I think, on a timepiece right now. So I think the interesting situation is... I don't think I'm going to bother leveling this right now, but it's compelling. Let's see what the last line is. Yummy. Right. So Chevreuse, of course, the weird thing though, if you're doing like Xilonen, Chevreuse locks you to a overload team, right, to get her full buffs up. And notably, she gives an attack percent buff based on her HP to the whole team. If you're doing Xilonen, she's going to give damage percent bonus from her artifact set instead of attack percent, but she's only giving damage percent bonus to either your pyro or your electro units. And like I played plenty like part of the strength of mini Chevreuse teams is that they usually have damage that's coming from like other off-fielders on top of your on-fielder. That's usually and they're usually different element types, right? Like if I'm doing Arlecchino off-field, I would like to have like Yai or Fischl off-field for electros. If I'm doing Raiden on-field, I want Xiongling, right? And this passive is buffing both of them, right? Whereas Xilonen would only be buffing one of them, right? It would only be buffing either Pyro or Electro, and it might be annoying. It's probably not that annoying, but it depends on the specific team. It might be a little bit annoying in like a Overload plus Xilonen instead of Chevreuse context to be able to get specifically an Electro or Pyro buff, depending on like obviously if you're using Arlecchino or something, you probably want to get the Pyro bonus going rather than the Electro bonus. So that's interesting to think about a little bit. And again, obviously C6, no. Like C6, she's just better. But at a baseline, it's a weird factor of how much, like, because if you like my favorite Chevreuse teams are doing Chevreuse, Fischl, Yai, Arlecchino. I do like Raiden Chevreuse teams as well, but my favorite one is like that team. And that team, like that's 3 different units that can take advantage of the attack percent buff. So like the automatic uptime of just having overloads constantly happening, giving res shreds, and the attack buff, I think would probably make Chevreuse better in that context. But in a context of a like more defensive focused team, like if you're using, I don't know, Toma as your off-field pyro for Raiden instead of Xiongling or something, right? Wherein like the attack buff is not beneficial there for Xiongling. You don't need the attack buff on Toma. It's not going to meaningfully increase the team DPS. Therefore, the damage bonus can be much more relevant on like your Raiden. The weird thing is, of course, if you're doing Xilonen in like a full overload team, is it better? Are you going to have something better for a team option that isn't just full overload, right? By doing some other element in the team, instead of forcing yourself to doing a mix of 3 pyro electro units. I don't know, but that is an interesting thing about, because like she's pretty similar actually, but offers you potentially more flexibility because you don't have to do full overload. But obviously it's not a Chevreuse team anymore if you remove Chevreuse. So Chevreuse still is the one that uniquely enables the full Pyro Electro archetype. Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting question. Thank you for asking it. Interesting one to think about. I kind of wish I hadn't activated... In hindsight, I kind of wish I hadn't activated Chevreuse C6 in order to test that properly. I think that would be kind of interesting to test. So if anyone has a non-Chevreuse C6 and ends up getting Xilonen, and you have the ability to test out, like, you know, with an official Yai Arlecchino situation in particular, like I like to use, let me know how it goes. And if you can test, like, official Yai Arlecchino Chevreuse with non-C6 Chevreuse versus official Yai Arlecchino Xilonen. I suspect it would be very similar. Is ultimately which, considering this is like she can do that at C0, that means I think Chevreuse is obviously more compelling. She is lower. It's just easier. So anyways, yeah. Plus 233% defense from artifacts, enough for Xilonen. She doesn't need defense for anything other than healing, and you only really need additional healing most likely. You only need as much healing to stay alive, or you need as much healing as possible for Furina damage bonus faster, right? And in particular, the notable threshold to try to reach with healing with Furina is to hopefully be able to overheal, right? So in the context of like Kinich here, well, not that Kinich and Xilonen are normal pairing, but just Kinich's total HP. He has 17,212 HP. The worst case scenario would be him at half health, because Furina like drained him to half health or something, right? And that would mean I might need like 9,000 healing, or more like 8,500, to do a healing proc that would proc overhealing and trigger Furina's passive to start healing other teammates. Which 8500 is possible on Xilonen. I think with my current build, which is a fab build with def, and a very healthy amount of ER, but not much def percent and substats. So it's not like a completely min-max healing build. I could technically probably min-max her healing with the craftable weapon a little bit easier, but I'd like the value of Fab energy good. So I'm going to try to use Fab. But the point is, it's possible to get her to heal that much. It's possible to get her to like 9,000 healing per tick. And making it so you overheal on your Knight. But if you're using her with a higher HP teammate, that is at 50% HP, like, I don't know, Mualani, you might have to get multiple ticks of healing anyways, so it would be, okay, do 2 ticks of healing, proc the healing passive. Because the difference between 2 ticks of healing, proccing the overhealing passive, or 3 ticks of healing is potentially a damage bonus you're missing out on just because you didn't reach that tiny little threshold of enough HP to overheal. And whether or not it's enough is going to be dependent on when exactly the healing is happening when you're draining HP. I suspect you won't need to min-max your healing, is my point. So you don't really need to worry about a bunch of def percent on Xilonen, but you may as well put def percent on her because it'll increase her healing, right? That's it. Otherwise, the only other reason you need def percent is for a DPS build, but that would be on the Obsidian build, right? So you want to see my artifacts, by the way, which is, they should be fine. Like, this is better than it looks, but it is relatable. This is a 4-line, by the way. It may be sad, but it's usable. My feather option is actually, I think, my worst situation. Actually, should have been paying attention. Did I get... No, I got no feathers. Well, screw you too, game. Yeah, well, oh well. That's fine. I have a good def percent timepiece, which is lucky. A very good one, actually. And I have a good circlet option. And then I will have to use an off-piece goblet. I don't know if I'll use a geo goblet or a def goblet yet. We'll find out. And then my feather, I'll probably just end up stealing Kanijas because, hey, it has some crit at least. Like, it's not going to be a terrible DPS build for Xilonen. And it's not going to be a build I'm going to stick her on permanently by any means. It's just going to be a fun thing to try for at least a video or maybe a week or two if I really enjoy it, kind of thing. And obviously, yeah, def percent is good there, duh, because it increases their damage, but normally wouldn't matter that much. So, yep. And then new Furina Kazuha Xilonen will be extremely broken. In my opinion, if you're gonna play a Xilonen with Nuvilet, I would just replace Kazuha, but I don't know, if you want to see the biggest number possible from Nuvilet, and that's what gets you jazzed up in Genshin, you know, be my guest. Don't let me stop you from pulling Xilonen for it. I don't think that's the most valuable use case for her. I think it would be more valuable to do something like, more often than not, for most players, to do something like, you know, maybe use Xilonen with Nuvilet, but then use Kazuha on another team, right? I already don't love Kazuha with Nuvilet that much, but I also don't like Nuvilet in general that much, so yeah, I don't know, take it that way you will. Anyways, if this rolls ideally, this could be actually a very important piece for me. Why did I unlock that? Oh yeah, I remember, I leveled up the other day. I leveled up a bunch of my freaking Guild of Dreams pieces, both for use with Chiori, but I actually got this piece, which is a 4-line. It had 1 bad roll, so it's not objectively better than this piece. But it has, you know, higher crit rate rolls and slightly more ER and a max HP roll. Like, I'm only losing like 4% HP and then gain a tiny bit of crit and tiny bit of ER. Like, this one just looks nicer, ultimately. Even if it's technically not really better, meaningfully, than this old one. I don't need both of these for sure, right? Like, they're way too similar. I don't need both of those. And I'd rather just have the one that looks slightly nicer to my monkey brain. So we'll throw away that. And we'll level up this Mualani piece. And maybe this could be an important piece for actually doing the 4-piece on Mualani. Crit damage would be ideal. EM is fine too. Just please not 500 def rolls. I mean, it's not 500 def rolls, it's 1. But it's not. It's definitely an underwhelming piece. Well, bye. It was nice to dream. It was nice to dream. If that was a crit damage roll, I'd be like, sick. Particularly if it was like a max crit damage roll. It'd be sweet. Usable piece for Mualani. It probably was good enough. If it was like 4 rolls is fine, to be clear. If you're starting, if you don't have a good 2-piece option from Mualani, like I do, and I'm using Sacrificial Jade, which so much crit rate from Sacrificial Jade means, like, you know, the value of the new set giving a bunch of crit rate is less. So point is, it's a usable artifact potentially, but not in my context, because I need better artifacts than that to be better than my really, really good. I have very high amount of stat value on my 2-piece combo that it makes it a little hard for me to replace my 2-piece. So that is not good enough, unfortunately. But I think one more crit damage roll would have been good enough. Oh well. In conjunction with a hypothetical circlet that I do not have. But oh well. Future things, maybe. Hey, oh well. Good piece for sanctifying elixir? No, because it is a good piece for leveling up. Do you see how many artifacts I have? This is the state most accounts should be in if you're actually, you know, using multiple different units. But if you hyper invest in specific units, then yes, you might end up being able to use that artifact for elixir. But also still no, because it's wasteful for your XP to throw level 20 pieces in. You should level 4 pieces in. You literally get like half the XP value for the elixir by throwing in a level 20 versus a level 4 piece. It's a freaking scam. It's a scam in general, because it's just, even when you're doing level 4 pieces, it's just awful. But like, you see all these artifacts that have to level up? That artifact could potentially level up, you know, like maybe, you know, I get unlucky, and only one of these artifacts turns into a good piece of all these Wanderer's Troop timepieces. But that XP could be enough to check and see whether all of these timepieces, like, level up this, it rolls bad, alright, feed into the next one. Levels up, okay, feed into the next one. Yes, I'll lose a little bit of XP every time. There's also a good chance I'll get a double XP, and that'll give me a bunch of XP back. And like I'll probably be able to check all of these artifacts to level 12 at minimum with one level 20 artifact, right? XP is extremely valuable to have. I am not going to throw that into the elixir. Anyways, sorry. You triggered my elixir XP extraction is a scam for most players. For me, it definitely is non-valuable. I can't fathom ever wanting to do that anytime soon, because I get more relevant artifacts far faster that need to be leveled up to see how good they are, far faster than I get XP. Like, XP is the limiting factor. The only thing that could change this is if they add a way to farm artifact bottles for resin, compared to farming, like, the only way of getting XP is farming artifacts, right? Or minor other sources. So, anyways, they could address the problem by doing it. That's literally all they would have to do. Let us use resin to farm XP directly, instead of like they do in Zenless, where we can just get like Zenless, the comparison, Zenless, you can level Zenless's artifacts all the way to max level. 1 day's worth of farming in Zenless, I believe, is enough to level, I said I think 3 previously, I think it's only enough for 2. But one day's worth of resin, right, in Zenless is enough for leveling 2 artifacts fully. Is like your worst case scenario. And like in Genshin, LOL spend, if you just need to level artifacts, like your existing artifacts that could be good, LOL spend 3 weeks of resin to level, that's not the quite same comparison, but you get the point, right? Like, they should add the ability to farm resin or farm XP material directly, because that could actually make it worthwhile for more accounts to do this. I think most accounts, probably, if they are doing this, are making a mistake doing it. But I don't know, if you hyper invest in units enough and you don't care about new units as much and you just care about making your existing units stronger, it can be worthwhile. Just think it over. Anyways, Xilonen on the mobility tier list. I don't think she's that fast on like her rollerblades. I also don't think it'll last very long. How long does it last? It only lasts, so it lasts, the time limit is 9 seconds. I'm assuming it lasts the full 9 seconds, which is not, it's not short. I'm assuming her skill cooldown probably doesn't start until her Night Soul is done. That's been my assumption. I don't know if I've 100% seen clarification of that. It's possible her cooldown starts when you start running on her, which means she might technically have indefinite uptime. I highly doubt they were that nice. But if she does, then she is much more valuable as a general mobility unit, even if it's only slightly faster on ground. For wall scaling like this one, I mean, I expected Natlan, she'll probably be able to scale this wall quite fast and will be nice. I think outside of Natlan, it'll be relatively limited from what I understand. Like, it seems to run out fairly fast when you're wall scaling. So, interesting because of the fact that she can do it still faster than I think, meaningfully faster than Kachina or, like, Kirara can. Like, I don't like Kachina and Kirara because of how slow they are. Like, it's genuinely faster most of the time to be just smart with your stamina management with climbing than it is to just switch to those characters and climb up, right? Not that they're useless. Like, they can be useful for climbing tall walls for the purpose of, like, extending how far you can go in total, but they're not useful for climbing faster most of the time, is my vibe. Whereas Xilonen might be valuable for climbing faster. And that's something, right? She has some overworld utility, and that's a good thing. It's better than nothing. Xilonen Kazuha or Xilonen Zhongli? Oh, yeah. If you're going to pair the two together, I think, generally speaking... wait, Xilonen Kazuha or Xilonen Zhongli? She's probably Xilonen Kazuha, realistically, because, like, Xilonen is your defensive unit. But it depends on the exact team. Right? But yeah, you're gonna get more buffs and you have the defensive utility from Xilonen. It'll be better for your damage output, realistically. Again, I don't think there's that many contexts where I'll pair the two of them together. But it is something you can do. Zhongli could be compelling just because, you know, you want interruption resistance, of course. Which is something. And then you get Res Shred, I guess, for other elements that aren't, you know, Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, Electro. So, Anemo, Dendro, mostly. So, you know, you could still do Xilonen and Zhongli, right? It's still a compelling option, I would say, if you have the two units, but, you know. Another option is, of course, Kazuha Zhongli, right? Is Kazuha Zhongli versus Xilonen Zhongli. I think Kazuha Zhongli is probably better than Xilonen Zhongli, realistically. In the context where, like, you can do Kazuha's buffs, ideally. Obviously, there might be situations in teams where the duration, uptime, whatever, Xilonen is still better, right? I'm just going around the overworld for no reason right now, honestly. Should go with Navia and Arlecchino in the same team. I've never done Arlecchino and Navia in the same team, but, you know, if you want to see weird ways of using Navia, or Raiden, go watch my Hybrid Raiden video I posted today. In the same vein as, like, dual DPSing units. Since Navia can be quite quick swappy, and Arlecchino also allows being swapped out without, like, as much loss. Like, you can just do some hits on Arlecchino, swap to Navia, switch back, do hits on Arlecchino again, and the fact that Xilonen can buff both.
Really necessary?
I don't know. Who do you do as the last slot for Xilonen? You know, we're gonna add that to the list of teams to test because it's an interesting one to think about. Navia, Arla, Xilonen, and oh yeah, probably Bennett. Duh. Managing Bennett uptime is going to be a little bit goofy. Methinks. Right? Because I don't know. It'll be goofy.
This will be
But
a productive partnership, I hope.
Where did Navia? You do Navia.
Count me in.
You do something like Arlecchino E into Xilonen. Obviously, get your burst going. Bennett burst. Start whacking on Arlecchino a little bit. Swap to Navia. Do an E. And this would be a team where you could very much do a compelling quick swap or a golden troop build potentially. You definitely would need Navia's burst up for this team, though, for sure. It'd be very important. And then switch back to Arlecchino, do some more attacks on her for a little bit, get some crystal. I don't know exactly how long it would be. And then switch back to Navia, hopefully like right before Bennett burst ends, and then do another E. I think that would be the idea, right? Is that better than just doing, you know, I don't know, Emily or whatever, instead of Navia? Not necessarily. Like, it might just be a lot better to do Emily. But you can do it. The units offer the flexibility of doing that. I don't know. That's an interesting team concept. I like it. I like it. We will test it tomorrow. I see your Emily build. Sure. There you go. I could use more ER on her, honestly. Speaking of, I think I actually might have a timepiece that has more ER. Or could have more ER. Nope, I lied. Oh yeah, no, I leveled that up already and it rolled poopy. And it made me sad. Oh well. This could technically be an upgrade, but I don't... Like, really? No. Yeah, there are situations where it would be nice to have a little bit more ER. It depends though. She's weird with ER on her signature because of her burst cooldown, allowing you to like do potentially 2 bursts in some rotations, right? Oops, I thought I did Dendro. Actually, you know what? I could use an attack percent goblet, right? Couldn't I? I should actually probably try this goblet. Realistically, a little bit less crit rate, but it's about the same crit damage. I don't know. That'd be interesting. Anyways, a little distracted. How high do you think Xilonen's pull value is? I think she's in the category of like Nahida, Farina, Kazuha. Right. I think she's in that same category. I'd say she's a little bit lower than Farina, to be clear. But her value also goes up if you have Farina. So, you know. Maybe. Maybe you do want her for that reason, but also like if you already have a bunch of those units, like my account would be perfectly fine, right? I have Kazuha. I have lots of buffer options. I have good healer options. I do not need Xilonen. My account would be fine. I don't even need Farina. You could delete her from my account. I'd be sad, but my account would be fine. It would limit my team options much more. It would not be fun. I would enjoy the game less. Don't take my Farina away, please. But, you know, still functional. I have no fab. You don't need fab on her. You can just do the craftable weapon. Just do the craftable weapon and then put her on like a healing focus build, whatever. If you have Freedom Sworn for some reason, you could do Freedom Sworn instead. That could be better than the craftable, to be clear. Probably is better than the craftable if you have it, because getting I think it's 20. This is R2 because the game pooped Freedom Sworns on me. I did not try to get R2 Freedom Sword. I didn't try to get R1. I have 3 for I did 90 polls. Okay? I did 90 polls trying to get 1 copy of the 4-star sword for Bennett early on. Yes, that was a stupid decision. It was an early mistake I made. And the game pooped 3 Freedom Swords on me. And I didn't get a single copy of the 4-star sword. I still don't have it. I don't have Alley Flash. So stupid. Anyways, whatever. But yeah, Freedom Force Xilonen it's just because of the buff. She can trigger the buff. Yep, that's it. And like the Hag crystallized EM doesn't technically do nothing. You don't care about her damage, so it's the buff. And if you can take advantage of both buffs, it can be very good. Right? If you can get the plunging buff, R1 by the way is 16% plunging and 20% attack. But yeah, buffing weapon strong. So yeah. I think it's her like second most compelling weapon. Technically, like it's her second best option, probably over her signature. Although might even be better than her signature in situations where you can take advantage of the plunge buff, like Cloud Retainer teams. You're gonna get Chaska too. I mean, I make money by like pulling for characters, so like I'm probably gonna get Chaska realistically. I'm not going to say I'm gonna pull on every single character I don't have or anything, right? Like I don't think I'm gonna make a video of what does $8 billion get me on Zhongli's banner, because I neither have $8 billion and I hate his Osmanthus wine. No, I actually don't hate that. That's just a funny meme thing about him. But I just don't want him. Similarly, Rio, I just like I don't think that many people would watch a polling video or a video about Rio, unfortunately. I think Chiori, I have a valuable video idea, and I think she could be a valuable team core for me to like show lower investment options. So like I have reason to get her. Sino, any teams I'd play honestly for Sino on my main account are not that different from teams I play on polearms only, so I don't care. Ayato is like, I mean, he's not He's kind of whatever. Shenhe I will get because she enables like cryo teams to be better. Like I want to do things with Shenhe. So like I'll get her if she reruns in the next 4 years. Like you get the point, right? Like I don't think I'm gonna get most of these units I don't have. But I'm probably gonna get most new characters, right? Like what I learned from Siegewind in particular is even a character that like and when they do double 5-star patches, like they did with Chlora and Siegewind, I will probably skip one of the 5 stars, I will say. Although Mavuika, Sitlali might be an exception. But like I learned from Siegewind that even when I have like before Siegewind was released, before I used her, my view of Siegewind lined up with the general community view that like what are they doing? What's the point of this character? Why does she exist? Why do we need a 5-star healer that doesn't apply much hydro and whatever? No, I think she's a good character. I think they designed her well, actually. I think she's a fairly well-balanced unit, and is a very compelling option if you have Farina. If you don't have Farina, there's very little reason to get her. But in the concepts of Farina, she's one of Farina's best teammates. And creates a 2-unit hydro core that, you know, all you people that are running not enough ER on your Farina to burst consistently, maybe get Siegewind for her. That way you could do a double hydro core rather than being stuck to doing Farina Nuvolette or Farina Yelan together or something with your 160 ER Farina build, right? Like, that's, I think, what they made Siegewind for. And then Siegewind can also get decent DPS, which is a rarity for a healer unit, to be able to do buffing, healing, and damage. Because you can put her on 4-piece MH. You're pairing with Farina. She can use MH. Like, I actually think they designed this character very well. So, anyways. And that was a reversal of what I thought originally. I thought this character was bad and pointless. Why would I need this character? I have no need for this character. She's not going to be fun to use in videos. I'm not going to be able to make any meaningful, enjoyable content with her. Why bother getting her? And the only reason I have her, by the way, is because someone, like, some person, for some reason, I forgot who it was, gave me a ton of Primo Gems. Was this Zloifet, or was it someone else? It might have been Zloifet. I don't know. They gave me a bunch of Primo Gems randomly when I was streaming. I was just like, well, okay, this was your money. I guess I'll get Siegewind for you. And then I ended up finding really relevant use cases for her. The one that is my favorite is the Dia Siegewind combo, of course. Dia Siegewind and Farina. So, yeah. It was Loifet, that's what I thought. Yeah, so thanks, Loifet, right? Like, I learned a lesson from that, point being in that even when I think a character is bad, or I don't like them for whatever reason, I still might have a reason. In some ways, if I think a character is bad, I might have more reason to get them, because I can find a way to make them work regardless. Like, quite frankly, Chaska, I'm not going to say meaningful things about her, because I don't want to be a negative Nelly. But, like, I'm not enthused with Chaska's kit right now, and I think she needs extremely significant changes. Otherwise, she's probably a standard banner character, and she might be. Because they did say in the 5.0 stream, we are going to expand the standard banner roster in the future. And why would they say that during the 5.0 stream if they weren't planning on releasing a standard banner 5-star in the 5.x patches? So, like, she gives me that kind of vibe. And, like, it would kind of make sense for them to release that one, the standard banner 5-star, the patch before Mavuika, because they know that, like, they released Xilonen in the previous patch. And then there's the next patch coming out after 5.2 that is going to be the Pyro Archon and another 5-star. So they know that, like, they're going to struggle to sell the character in 5.2, so may as well release the standard banner character. That's my vibe right now, I'm sorry. There's some very foundational baseline really cool things about Chaska. But I don't have enough information to comment meaningfully, so I'm not going to. And things could meaningfully change. Check my Discord if you want to see my initial reaction. For me, Chaska's kit right now is the monkey's paw curl situation, where, like, technically, they kind of technically did what they wanted. Point is, I dislike Chaska right now. I still think I'm going to get her. Especially if I think she's bad. And especially if she's standard banner. Because I'm going to try to make her work anyways. Because trying to make bad characters work is something I really enjoy in this game. And I don't think Siege Queen is a bad character, to be clear. But, like, I really enjoy playing 4-star DPSs, right? Sathos is one of my favorite characters they released recently. So just by nature of her having a kind of weird kit, and even if it's jank, I'm still going to try to make it work. Even if she releases as is, if my understanding of her is correct. It might be, my understanding of her might be incorrect. There is some things that are unknown. Again, that's why I'm not going to like meaningfully comment on it past what I have. So, anyways, we'll see. But like, or Oran right now is definitely more interesting of a character to me. He also has unknowns we need to know about, but as always, I'm more interested in the 4-star. So, anyways, it's inevitable. If there's a 4-star releasing in a patch with a 5-star, it's the 4-star I actually care about. So, you know, anyways. What about Ningguang? One of the reasons I want Chiori and Xilonen is for Ningguang, actually. So, yeah, anyways. I plan on doing... I'll do Ningguang eventually. Don't know when, but eventually. When is Xilonen coming out? When the patch is out. Which is going to be in... not 14 minutes, but maintenance will start, I think, in like 2 or 3 hours after this banner is done for me. Banner might be gone for you already. And... I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to do like a single pull on Raiden. You know what? If I manage to go to the banner in like the last second of the banner or something, I'll do a single pull. I think it'd be funny. I'm not gonna activate her C2. Like, if I get it, I will just leave it unactivated, quite frankly. I'm not gonna activate it. Because I can't. I need to not have C2 to be able to prove my hybrid Raiden madness. Anyways, and then you know what? After the banner ends, if we don't have any more things to yap about related to Xilonen, I'll probably end the stream. I plan on taking a little bit of a break because I'm going to be recording and editing tonight. There'll be a wishing video out tomorrow, and then we'll be doing a stream, of course, for testing Xilonen. Which actually, frick. You know what? In hindsight, I should have like saved the cool pose for Xilonen for the thumbnail for this video. I should have saved that cool pose for the testing video, not the frickin' Q&A video. Oh well. Whatever. Here, you know what? No. We can retcon reality. And I'm gonna retcon my reality. Where's my photo edit? There it is. Because I had a boring version. Here, let me show it to you. There we go. So this is the thumbnail, right? I had a boring version originally that used this one. And you know what? I'm going to change it to this thumbnail. We're not ready for Xilonen and Burgeon. I mean, we can do it. We could do Xilonen. Oh, God. Wait. Timothy Gilson, thank you. You're brilliant. We're going to do Plunge Xilonen with Bennett Infusion for Burgeon. Xilonen, Burgeon. It'll be Xilonen, Bennett, Nahida, Farina. Let's freaking go. We'll do it. I believe. We're doing Xilonen and Burgeon. There you go. That's a third unconventional team to test tomorrow. This is the things I do. Yeah, we can do Freedom Sworn too. Boy. Anyways, and that would be a team where we don't actually. Wait, no, we do have to press E on her. Unless we're using Cloud Retainer. Ah, frick. That might muck with things. I don't know how it'll work. We might have to use Cloud Retainer instead of Farina. Wait, no, then we don't have Hydro. I don't know if this is gonna work. They might not work. We'll find out. We'll find out. Anyways, let me save this. We're going to change the thumbnail to boring thumbnail. And you all are going to pretend you never saw the good looking thumbnail. Because I'm going to reuse the other pose for a good looking thumbnail tomorrow for the live stream. Because I want the testing video to have the better thumbnail, okay?
70% goes to investigating.
There you go.
10% to making
That's my theory.
decision, and
At
the
least.
remainder
Bam.
for execution.
Change the thumbnail to ugly thumbnail. Reality edited. There we go. This one never happened. This was fake. Never happened. Alright. Anyways. You test the new 4-star Claymore and Gaming when it comes out? I'm really kind of annoyed they put that on the Homa banner. Or, that's not technically officially announced, but that's my assumption based on the fact that it is not on the next banner. And it's almost assuredly not a free weapon. At least they didn't announce it as a free accessible weapon. So, I want it, yes, and I actually do want it for Gaming. So it's very likely I will at least do like a 10 pull or something. But I will be honestly upset. Like, I have both of the freaking. I have Homa, and I have. Where's my mouse? Where's the polearm? I have Homa, and I have Nahida's weapon. I do not really need extra copies of these things. Like, if I get one, I'll get one. But like, ugh. Right? It would. Ugh. It'd make me feel like, ugh. Right? And it's a 4-star. So like, I don't know. The 4 stars are pain. I mean, I guess I have, I mean, we could do 5 wishes and maybe get lucky, right? That's what I'll probably try to get R1 of it, probably. But ugh. So, anyways, yep. I see the new 4-star event sword. I did, yes. It seems pretty good, which is interesting. We'll see if it changes. The stream point is to ask questions. Yes, is there a question I missed? Ayaka Shenha's Xilonen Kazuha good? Ayaka Shenha's Xilonen. I mean, it would make Ayaka not reliant on freeze. And then you're buffing with Shenha, you're buffing with Xilonen, you're buffing with Kazuha. It's kind of a hyper carry Ayaka. Like, realistically, I think the best way to like make Ayaka more usable in the current day is to use her with Furina. So like Furina, Xilonen, Ayaka, probably fairly compelling. But full hyper carry without doing freeze Ayaka, yeah, right? Like, cause like doing Furina is at least Furina's doing some damage, and that can just help really mitigate some of the problems that Ayaka might have. So, yeah. Also Shenhe, yeah. Who's Shenhe? You have Shenhe. You've been playing for 4 years. God, the fact that I skipped, like I didn't get, like, I wasn't in a, I hadn't transitioned when Shenhe reran, right? Freaking 2 years ago. Not 2 years ago, it's like a year and a half ago. I was not at the point where I had transitioned to like, okay, I want characters on my main account to be able to like make more videos. And like, I just couldn't see like the value of Shenhe without, having mini cryo units I cared about using with her. Boy, do I regret that. Or hindsight is 20/20, obviously, but like, Jesus, there are a number of characters I would have potentially liked to have Shenhe to enable some options for. And there's like concepts of Shenhe herself I would like to have messed with, that I like thought about many months ago at this point. But nope, they just never rerun her. It's freaking crazy. Whatever. Ideal C6 Noelle team with Xilonen? Oh, actually a good point. She should be a much stronger upgrade from, so like I have, I did play this very briefly, but like obviously just replacing Kachina with Xilonen here would be a meaningful upgrade. It would also mitigate one of the big downsides I've had with trying to just rely on Noelle's healing for Furina. With C2, this is one of the teams where like I notice C2 Furina the most, because Noelle's shield breaks, you stop healing. So like, when everything is going optimally, Noelle's healing alone can be enough to keep up for Furina's damage bonus with not C2 Furina, right? But things go non-optimally, and it's like, ugh. So C2 Furina, like, I've noticed a lot here. Because again, I played with C0 Furina for over a month, like I think 2 months before I activated C2. And this is one of those teams where I did notice it quite significantly because of that aspect. So for me, Xilonen probably won't make an insane difference, but she should still be significant, right? Because obviously buffing these two units significantly and buffing her significantly, it'll be a pretty big deal. And then the healing comfort will be valuable as well, less reliant on Noelle's own healing. So yeah, that's what I would say. Also, an interesting aspect will happen there. It's probably going to be even better than you might expect, because of the fact that the on-field healing from Xilonen will keep her topped up. And when Noelle is topped up, but Noelle is triggering her own healing, that's going to trigger even more instances, I believe, of Freena's passive. Because if you notice, Freena's passive for her healing just says when the active character in your party receives healing. If the source of healing is not Freena herself and healing overflows, then Freena will heal other party members. It counts all instances of overhealing. So that means every normal attack that overheals on Noelle with Farina would trigger that passive. And normally you're not overhealing with Noelle with Farina if you're just using Noelle's healing because the drain is happening at a like similar rate to Noelle's healing. But Xilonen would keep up her topped up, right? She would keep her topped up. So I think you'd be constantly proccing Farina's passive. On top of like proccing from Xilonen's own overheals. So yeah, I do think Xilonen will be a very significant upgrade for Noelle actually, and I think I'll actually jot that down as a make sure I don't forget to test that. Noelle, Xilonen. It's got C4 Chevy. I mean, C4 Chevy basically enables you can do a DPS oriented build that's a bit more compelling, like a two-piece DPS build. You need to be able to burst consistently, or you don't have to because you can just use it like flexibly. You just sacrifice some of her like a little bit of her like attack percent buffing in favor of putting damage on her, and that can be very valuable, especially against like the Tulpa. It can be very valuable to do that. But like it doesn't really change anything other than like in a normal context for Chevrolet. You don't normally want to spend the extra field time. You would rather spend the extra field time on a different DPS unit rather than doing extra skills on Chevrolet. But you can actually do things like Chevrolet C4 can do a couple nuanced things. Like it can extend her healing a little bit. Because if you read her C4, it for 6 seconds after you use her burst. So you can do something weird like Chevrolet E, you know, hold E to get the buff going, burst, or sorry, not you have to do burst first. Burst, hold E, get the initial like particles, you know, swap to another character, get whatever healing on them, and then switch back to Chevrolet and do her E again, and that will restart her healing. So you can get like a couple extra instances of healing. But other than that, it's just like extra pyro application, so it can be an extra ability to like shield break against a cryo shield or electro shield, whatever, right? Can be extra ability to stun enemies from triggering some overloads, yada yada, right? It is a constellation that I think has more value than I think many theory crafters give it credit for the mix of DPS potential. It's very unnecessary, obviously, but mix of DPS potential and other things, right? So, yeah. 2 minutes. All right, yeah. I think it's funny. I've never done a literal like last second poll on the banner before. I think it'd be funny.
But when it comes to
How to use Xilonen for cryo DPS is the same you do for other units. Make sure you have 2 cryo, hydro, pyro, or electro teammates total. So you know if you're doing Ayaka, Shenhe, Farina, Xilonen, right? Something like that. I don't know. You could do it. And that should be like valuable. It should be good with Kokomi. I mean, she will increase Kokomi's damage. Like that's Kokomi is a unit made to do a little bit of damage on field, right? It's not like she does an insane amount of damage though, and she doesn't do like physical red shred or anything, so it's not gonna buff Ocean Hue Clam, for that. But I don't know. It's a use case, I guess. But it's I guess in the context of doing like weird crit Kokomi things in particular, crit Kokomi did have the problem. What the frick did I do? I might have to go look at my crit Kokomi video. Anyone remember what I did for crit Kokomi like a year ago?
Take heart. Victory will be ours.
I know it was I was using Burgeon to do crit Kokomi.
There are still so many places for us to explore.
I don't remember what I was doing. I don't remember what I did. I really don't remember what I did. I might have to go watch my own dang video. But crit Kokomi, I might jot that down. Also, it's not. Oh frick. It says 0 minutes. Well, 0 minute poll, single poll, not a temple. I didn't mean to make you think it was a temple. Wow, exciting. That's all I'm doing. Bye. Oh, it's not here, or it's not gone. Darn it. Now it's
here's how
now it
allocate my energy.
now it How long is it gonna be here for? Why isn't there a seconds counter? Well, okay. That made that less exciting than I wanted it to be, because I would have liked to do a last second pull, and then when I get back to the screen, this banner's gone. But I failed.
Final decision. And the remainder.
I have a permanent riding banner. Yeah, that would be nice. Well, anyways.
For execution.
Does it ever leave if you just stay on the screen? Does it just leave automatically? Like it's gone now, right? It has. I think it's supposed to be gone now. It has to be gone now. It's been a minute, right? It'll say error. Really? Okay. Well, I'm curious. Wish schedule inconsistent. All right. Interesting. Did it eat my wish? No, I did not. All right. There you go. Well, bye. Anyways. Yep. So maintenance will be starting in I think 2 or 3 hours, and then 5 hours of maintenance ish. So it'll be a little while. I imagine the maintenance might be a little bit shorter this time, considering there's just like a character and quest being added. But anyways, you did a pull and it disappeared. Yep, that's what it did for me. Well, Xilonen C2 Electro buff due to its wording, wouldn't you have to use your Electro character's burst, then activate her samplers to get the energy and burst cooldown? Yeah. You are correct. That does like restrict like how you would play a little bit, which is weird, right? Because of the fact that normally like you would want to have your like buff going first. Like you want to activate Xilonen's burst. Activate Xilonen's buff and then use your Electro characters. Whereas like Xilonen C2, that you might have to like in some situations use your burst before getting the buff. And that's part of why I think it actually might be more abusable, is because if it's not abusable, it would make it just not very useful in general in cases like that, right? And it's possible that it's just not very useful. So like in the context, I don't know, something like if I want to, like one silly thing I want to do is like Kuki has an HP scaling burst, right? And I will probably level 9 this. Because I have the materials already. I think I farmed like once to get the materials for it. And she has an HP scaling burst. And if you reduce the cooldown of this and refund a bunch of energy, she can do 2 bursts per rotation, right? She could do, she has to be, I think, under 50%. Yeah, under 50% HP to get the full multiplier damage. 160% of her freaking HP in a rotation. What? That's cool. And she self-enables 4P's MH for herself, right? I can do like Key of Caution of Suit, right? Like I don't even need Farina to do 4P's MH on her. I think like weird quick swap burst DPS Kuki with C2 Xilonen, goofy, weird. But like, yeah, technically you'd want to, what you would want to do, I think, is activate Xilonen like normal, which means I'm not going to get any energy at first. And then, burst on Kuki, do whatever things with other teammates too, probably. I don't know what the exact team looks like. Switch back to Xilonen, and then use her skill again in the same rotation, because it has a 7-second cooldown, and then trigger the refund to do another burst. That's, I think, how it's going to have to work. I think. Right, to end the rotation. But if... And that's why I think there probably isn't a internal cooldown. Like I think it just triggers based on how you would expect it, based on how it's worded, right? Wherein you can trigger the energy refund anytime you activate her samples, which technically means I think if you do like Sack Sword and do it twice, you can get like a 50 energy refund and a 10-second cooldown reduction potentially. We'll see. Please let me. I want to. It'd be so fun. Just let me get like value for an absurd amount of money spent at least, right? For once, not just like boring. Oh yay, I get 5%, 10% higher damage numbers. No, let me do something that I literally can't do without it. Like that will make it actually feel like it was worth it to me, right? So I sincerely hope it just functions as it should based on how it's worded and doesn't have a secret cooldown. We'll see. I don't know, but yeah, Kuki is one of the cases where like doing at least 2 bursts per rotation Kuki seems really fun, And with weird stack sort shenanigans, there might be potential for more. I don't know, right? Goofy. I love the idea of like trying to abuse maximizing Kuki burst damage with C2 Xilonen. And that's just one context of like how I could see it being useful with an electro character. But we'll see. We'll see how much they restrict it, right? We'll see. You find a use for Chung Yun lately? He's definitely in the category of units I don't really want to mess with until I get Shenhe, to be honest. He has relatively limited instances of cryo damage that would benefit from Shenhe buff, and he's like flexible enough. He's flexible to be swapped out as a DPS. Like you can switch to Shenhe, do a second skill, switch back to him. So like, I do think he can be usable as a main DPS with Shenhe. I don't really think there's that much creative to do with his infusion, unfortunately, other than like in maybe weird Hyperbloom teams where you're doing, I don't know, you could do, if you're doing like say Farina, Yao Yao, Raiden, Chung Yun, because like you could do Hyper Fridge with cryo infusion on Yao Yao could allow you to get more bloom cores, and you're on-fielding Yao Yao a bit because like she requires to be on-fielded for her burst and to get extra Dendra application out of her, which will matter in that situation. So I don't know, some weird situation like that, right? There's niche scenarios where you could see value from the cryo application uniquely, but unfortunately cryo just isn't that relevant. When you're considering doing infusion shenanigans, it's like, well, is this better than doing Bennett infusion? Probably not, right? So yeah. Anyways, thoughts on Kanich? After getting over like the disorientation, I like him. He's an interesting character. I'm glad they're doing really weird ideas. Ultimately, though, he's like a typical on-fielder design in like he's all gimmick and like relatively limited amounts of teams, which is fairly typical for their on-fielder unit design. Most on-fielders are not insanely versatile, right? They have like a limited subset of functional teams. He has a decent enough number of them though that I'm like satisfied with him. And I like him for Overworld, as you might be able to tell by the fact that I have him here. Yeah. I don't know. Is he worth pulling? Well, too late now. Maybe. He's not that hard to get to like deal meaningful damage. It is worth noting again, like his damage is going to go down a lot in Abyss because this is buffing him a lot. So yeah, I have an idea. You could do Overburn on the Kuki C2 Xilonen team, so Kuki can get aggravates and get below 50% HP faster. Yeah. No, that's the wrong. This is the last team I can do. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna delete the crit Kokomi for now. Kuki.
Don't tell me they did it again.
It would be my honor. Time to get down
Wait.
to business.
Maybe I don't do Emily because I need to take more damage. Realistically, like Farina damage percent buff is stupid, especially like whatever. I would like to try non-Farina variations of Xilonen. Words. Her C2. You're right. I'm looking for Xilonen. She's not here.
Okay, let's go.
Right. You do Kuki E. Xilonen, do her. You know, do these two. I don't know. The self-damage from burning is not going to be that significant. Particularly, like, this current Abyss cycle has multiple bosses on both sides, and you're not going to take burning damage against the bosses. So, realistically, I don't know if it'll be that compelling, but I do like the idea, so I'll keep it here for now. Anyways. No, she's not here yet. You forget maintenance exists, or maybe you aren't used to Genshin updates because you're brand new or something. But no, Genshin's gonna go on maintenance in a couple hours, and then after maintenance is when the banner will be live. She's not in the game yet. She's literally not in the game files. So, she's not live. So wait about like 7-ish hours, I believe. Unfortunately, but priority poll wise, so I talked about this already, but you know, I guess I can end it off with that. We'll end off with a summary, I suppose. So my end summary would be that, like, I do think Xilonen is in the category of some of the most compelling units in the game to pull for. No character's a must pull, but, you know, the category of units would include, like, Farina, would include Nahida, would include, why am I having a stroke? It was Kazuha. Right? I think she's in the same tier of units. So, for what that's worth, right? Do you need all of those units, though? No. And I would say the general equation of whether or not she might be worth it to you is, first, you know, do you have Kazuha? And also, two, do you have Farina? Because I think if you have Farina, and you don't have very good healer options for Farina, she could be a very compelling choice. Like, many of my account fixing videos, like, you know, recently, they've had Farina, because obviously Farina's a good unit to pull for, and a lot of people like her, duh. But then, like, I don't see a ton of, like, good healer options. And for those accounts, especially if they don't have Kazuha, Xilonen is extremely compelling, in my opinion. Xilonen with Linny, yeah, could work. Is there problems with VV uptime with Linny teams? I don't know if there is. But I feel like because of his range damage, the grouping isn't that relevant fairly often. I mean, it might be relevant for, like, Xiangling's damage, I guess, for Mono Pyro Linny. So yes, Xilonen with Linny should be relevant. Yeah, obviously then for buffing, she also buffs Geo. Like, as far as advantages over Kazuha, she can buff Geo units. And again, disadvantages, she doesn't have grouping. She doesn't have the damage potential that Kazuha has. You can DPS her herself, but that's a different build playstyle. That means sacrificing her buffing utility. It's either or. You don't do buffing and DPSing on her. You do either or. So, you know, she can buff Geo units. That's a big part of the reason, like, I will get value from her, is she will make, you know, more compelling Geo teams for me, which is cool. You know, she'll make my Noelle better. She'll make my Navia better. She'll make it better for me to be able to do, I don't know, on-field Chiori. She'll make it better for me to do DPS Kachina, right? DPS Ningguang, maybe. Different things, right? She's a Kazuha without the damage and grouping, and higher uptime on her buffs. And there's many situations that might be more valuable. And I think for the average player, because of, like, the difficulty of building Kazuha, because of the clunkiness of VV setups in many teams, Xilonen might be a more valuable character than Kazuha for the average player. Is my general vibe. On, like, a math optimization level, I think Kazuha is a better character, and I think he's a more interesting character because there's a lot of, like, nuanced and weird different things you can do with Kazuha that make him a very fun and interesting unit. But that doesn't mean he's better for the average player that just kind of wants a unit that will buff in their existing characters and be useful in different teams, and that keeps them alive, right? Like, someone that's giving similar buffs, easier to use, and keeps you alive might be more valuable than Kazuha, I think, to most players, is my vibe. So yeah. But do you need her? Especially if you have Kazuha, Farina, and plenty of other healer options? Definitely no. She's by no means a must-pull, but she's a very good unit. And I think she belongs in the same category of units that are strongly worth considering, right? And if you're in a situation wherein, like, it's between her and Nahida, like, this next patch, just think over how valuable, like, Dendro teams would be to you, because, like, Nahida can make a lot of Dendro teams much more viable for clearing the game's content. Like she can be a very big difference maker, very much, like, to a degree that she's basically an enabler for many a team, in a way that Xilonen is not, because Xilonen is not as unique for the buff she gives, right? Whereas Nahida does much more unique combination of things in her kits and is more of a compelling damage dealer from off-field as well, which is a different use case. Xilonen does not do off-field damage. So yeah. As far as, like, the Mavuika estimation of, like, I don't know, we don't know what Mavuika's kit looks like, right? We also don't know what Pyro Traveler's kit looks like. They're gonna do some mix. I'm still, like, very confident they're gonna do some mix of, like, attack buffing, probably team-wide attack buffing, pyro application, and damage dealer between Mavuika and Pyro Traveler. I don't know what the exact nuance of what those characters will look like. That's my vibe based on like trends I've seen with how they've been designing characters and the needs that they'll have to fill. I assume Mavuika will have some amount of off-field utility. I do not think it is a given that Mavuika will have high application herself. I think they could easily just make Pyro Traveler have high application, and then Mavuika is like a low applier from off-field, but then she does like big on-field damage or does like low instances of big multiplier hits from off-field, so she can get really big melts or vapes or something. Point is, I think Mavu is going to be made to be a damage dealer. It makes too much sense. And I think Pyro Traveler might be more the support. Which one will have attack buffing? I don't know. Right. I don't know exactly what the mix will be. So whether you pull for either, though, you know, is up in there, because we don't know what the kits look like. And we won't know what the kit looks like until after Xilonen's banner is gone. The notable thing, though, is if you are free to play, and if you're free to play, and today, like, you have enough wishes to guarantee Xilonen right now, which would be more wishes than like I have right now, ignoring my money things, the money I spend for videos and Paimon Sparkins, obviously. Like, if you only have this amount of wishes, it's kind of like on the fence. But, you know, this would be obviously like go to the 50-50 maybe and see if you win the 50-50, and then if you don't win the 50-50, then you got to decide if you want to spend more or not, more Prima Gems, or just save the guarantee. But if you do have enough wishes to guarantee her right now, and you spend your wishes to guarantee her, like spend 150 wishes to guarantee her, the wishes from next patch, the wishes in version 5.2, and the wishes in the first half of version 5.3, notably 5.2 is an exploration patch. I assume version 5.3 will probably have exploration too, although that's not guaranteed by any means, to be clear. I'm just assuming they will, probably, maybe, we'll see. Like they'll do the final main section of Natlan, right? That's an unknown factor, to be clear, but that could be extra, again, rewards in the first half of version 5.3. My point is, I think there's a very good chance, if you have enough to get to guarantee Xilonen right now, you could still guarantee Mavuika as a free-to-play player. I think. But be smart with your primos, right? Are you ever going to answer questions? I've answered 100 questions, and I'm trying to end the stream. I'm trying to summarize things, because people were asking the same questions that I already answered. But yeah, that's my overall simplified vibe. She's a very valuable character, worth considering. Depending on the state of your account, though, you might not need her. That's all. What did Orion ask? Was it a question I already answered? Probably. Let me scroll back a little bit. Oh, you spam the same question like 20 times, I see. Not 20 times, I see it like 3 times. It's still good to do a death build on her without her weapon, even though it only counts with her weapon. What? What do you mean? Oh, you mean her weapon just gives you extra damage bonus from her defense. Like, with her weapon, you basically get an additional 26% damage bonus to all teammates. And it's universal damage bonus, not conditional based on the reaction triggered like the artifact damage bonus. You build def on her for healing, though, primarily. Only other reason to build def on her is if you're doing DPS mode, but that's again, it's an either-or situation. So, like, you build more def on her for healing. That's the reason. She doesn't do meaningful damage for her normal supportive context, which is her most valuable context for different teams. And it's going to be her most common use case. So, like, the def matters for healing. That's it, right? And if you're using a def weapon, whether it be her signature or you're using the craftable weapon, those are both, like, similar enough options as far as, like, Xilonen's healing on its own goes. I don't think you really need to build extra def. No, generally speaking, because it's I talked about it earlier. It can be valuable potentially to have some extra defense stats, some extra little bit of healing, if it's the difference maker in being able to proc overhealing from Furina's passive in a certain number of instances. Like on my Kenichi's HP here, if I'm at half HP and my Xilonen's healing heals 8,000 HP, right? That's not going to be quite enough to proc Furina's overhealing passive. So, you know, leveling up Xilonen's burst more or getting more defense on her or healing bonus, whatever, could be the difference maker in being able to, in one instance of healing, you know, overheal on a character to be able to proc Farina's healing passive. That's, I'd say, is the only, like, notable breakpoint. But that breakpoint is going to be a big ol', it depends on the given team. And then again, it's only relevant for Farina. Because otherwise, you only need to heal enough to stay alive. And that's kind of, like, I think she heals enough to keep you alive without doing a very heavy healing focus build. You could do Fav on a def crit circlet build. Crit circlet would just be so you can trigger Fav. Like a non-healing maximized build, basically, is my point. And she will still heal a meaningful amount. But you might want her to heal more with Farina, is all it is. So, anyways, try spamming Tarzan grapple and do it again. What do you mean? What? What does that mean? Anyways. Any other meaningful questions before we end? She's overall better because she can buff Geo. Yeah, I don't disagree. I do think that is an important factor for her. Again, I do think for the average player, I do think Xilonen is more valuable than Kazuha. Like, Kazuha's, like, grouping is situationally very, very valuable, though, right? But Sucrose also exists, right? Like, Sucrose has always been the number one reason, like, Kazuha has been not super necessary. And, like, if it's, like, if like, you have a group of characters and your choice is, like, pick two. Pick Xilonen, Kazuha, and Sucrose. Which is the most valuable combination of characters to have? It's Sucrose Xilonen. Right? In my opinion. But there are situations where the grouping is obviously very, very valuable in Kazuha. So, like, he can trivialize the annoying, like, Chamber 11 sometimes. Floor 11. Alright, I scanned through. I don't think I caught any other questions that I didn't already address. How old are you? 7,842 in about 4 days, 82 minutes, and 3 seconds. Sucrose is harder to acquire. I'm not factoring in C6 Sucrose. C6 Sucrose is not very good. I talked about that earlier. It exists. It's not technically useless, but there are also many situations where it does do nothing because you need Sucrose's burst to, like, infuse a different element that isn't the element of your DPS. Therefore, it doesn't do anything. So, like, Sucrose C6 is not that good. C1 Sucrose is important. But yes, I'm not saying Sucrose is not easy to acquire. She's not in the shop, which is annoying. And C1 Sucrose is nice, but you don't need any Sucrose copies or constellations. C1 Sucrose is probably her most notable one, though. Anyways, C1 Sucrose, you can do either a Fab build, Sac Frags build, right? Or other weapons, but anyway, Sucrose is a fantastic character. She buff Pyro? Xilonen? Yes. Xilonen buffs Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, Electro, and Geo units. Geo units, she specifically will only buff, though, in double Geo teams. She cannot buff in triple Geo or full Geo. Yes. She's Kazuha, but can buff a little bit more characters than Kazuha, and healing, and has higher uptime, but doesn't have the damage potential, doesn't have the grouping. That is the simplest way of describing her kit. 4-star value and Xilonen is better. If you don't have Farina, Dory's kind of meh. Kale, why did they rerun Kale? I don't know the last time she rerun, to be clear, but, like, Official hasn't rerun in a year, and they reran Kale. Okay. I wish Kale was better, to be clear, but, like, they released Dendro Traveler with Kale, and, like, Dendro Traveler's just about 100 times better. So anyways, Candace, the most relevant context, right? A non-Ceases Candace is quite relevant for Mualani. She's, like, kind of one of the ideal, like, second Hydro teammates. Hydro Resonance, a little bit of energy, and enables, like, vape setups pretty easily. Very, very compelling choice, actually. A C6 Candace is relevant, I showed earlier, for, like, Arlecchino. Arlecchino vape with C6 Candace, I find, personally, preferable significantly over Yelan. I prefer it a lot. I enjoy how it plays more. There are situations where it gives you very, very satisfying AoE vapes. Those situations can be not super common necessarily. So, you know, take that what you will. But getting Candace C6, like unfortunately, like, I really like Candace. I think a lot of the ideas in her kit are very cool. Even if the situations, that might be why my energy situation was struggling a little bit. Even in situations where Candace is, why in the world do you have that equipped? You are supposed to be on that. She basically, she has a kit that C6 is what makes her kit make sense outside of the Mualani context now, right? Quite frankly, and I think that's really unfortunate. Like, this is another Sumeru 4-star that, in my opinion, got shafted by Mihoyo's design in that time, and they made her basically not that relevant without C6. With C6, she's actually more compelling than you might expect. Like, she can apply a meaningful amount of Hydro, and notably it's Hydro that you can front load. Like, she can destroy Lecter shields pretty fast when you utilize both her infusion and whatnot. And like, there's one like weird nuance that people seem to forget about, how you can like front load Hydro with her infusion. This is without C6 technically. She gives a Hydro infusion right to your melee units. So if you have a team full of melee units, and you do the infusion on her, right? So you do E, you do Q. So this is like important for like that pyroelectric context, because it's a thing they just do sometimes. You do E, Q. So that's 2 instances of Hydro application, and then she has 3 instances of Hydro application that happen. This is just in her base kit when you switch your characters. And so you switch to another character. That's an instance of Hydro application in AoE. An AoE Hydro application that you can control because it's around your character, not just like targeted weird AoE. It's like AoE you get to control where it happens. And then you can do a normal attack with your melee unit, and normal ICD rules, right, apply on an individual character basis. So you would do a normal attack that applies Hydro. You can switch to your next character, get the second wave of Candace's AoE Hydro, do another normal attack, as long as they're a melee unit, like not a bow character or catalyst. Get another instance of Hydro application, switch to the third character, get the last wave of AoE Hydro from Candace, get it, and then do another normal attack, get another instance of Hydro application, switch back to Candace, do another skill, get another Hydro application. She can front load a shit ton of Hydro. And that can be extremely valuable for shield breaking in some situations without even C6. C6 is meaningfully valuable though, of course, because it's another like 4 instances of Hydro application you can get, and will make her playable in many, many more teams. Like, quite frankly, the reason people shit on Candace is because Xingqiu was an overpowered as god-awful hell unit. Like this unit is stupid in many ways. And like yes, obviously we're going to compare a 4-star Hydra unit to another 4-star Hydra unit. But like, in what reality were we expecting Candace was ever going to be like Xingqiu, right? And I don't like that they undercooked her. I don't like that her C6 should have been in her base kit. They undercooked her. But this character is more usable than people expect, especially for the fact that most players don't need to have hyper-optimized teams. So, anyways. Why was I going on that tangent? Oh, Candace I think is better than people expect. But on like a meta evaluation level, yes, because Xingqiu exists, because Farina exists, because overpowered Hydra units exist, Candace has relatively niche scenarios where she is useful. But I still think she has some of the coolest kit, one of the coolest kits in the game. It's all it is. And having her on polearms only, and you know, having to rely on her on polearms only as the only Hydra unit in the account, I have found her much more usable than I expected. Like from the launch of her kit and whatever. So yeah, better character than I expected. Doesn't mean like you have to build or anything, but she has value. Dory is kind of in a similar boat, quite frankly. Weird. Almost seems like it's a trend for Sumeru 4-stars. It's like they did that on purpose because they were being cringe during the Sumeru year. Yeah, whatever. We don't need to go on a rant on design of Sumeru characters. And Candace is good for Arlecchino. Yes, that is her C6 Candace Arlecchino is her most like relevant like meta use case right now. I would say, or Mualani non-C6 with Mualani. Almost like Farazan, almost like, yeah. So Dory, kind of a similar but a little bit different. Dory has weird things you can do. You can go look up like the Dory video I made a year-ish ago on someone else's account. It was a fun video, but yeah, this gives her electro infusion after using her skill. And then you also get healing, team-wide healing from her normal attacks. And that makes her like an on-field... This can make her like an on-field aggravate carry, essentially. Or on-field hybrid. I think normally it'd be quick bloom, actually, is what people do. Because you're doing Farina. Usually you do Farina, you do Dory on-field, and then you do like Nahida, probably. I don't know what the last slot is. Whatever. And yeah, she can do like meaningful damage while healing the team. But mostly the team's damage is spec not into her damage ability. It's not like she does insane damage, but the electro infusion does make her do more damage, and means she, like, her normal attacks, which swing in like a circle around like her slime thing, can trigger blooms, which is damage, right? That is damage that would be using her stats to calculate. So I don't, just because it's not like from the talent multipliers does not mean it's not damage, right? From her stats. So point being, she has interesting nuance, and there's weird things like the fact that she self-applies electro to units when you switch to them on field, which is what that Dory video was about that I made a while ago. And she has weird aspects like her energy refunding that are relatively unique. Her C4 like gives her more, like directly gives energy recharge to characters that have less than 50% energy, which is weird, and potentially valuable. Like, you know, I think she's a not irrelevant support, especially at C6 when she can be your on-field team-wide healer for Farina, and trigger whatever reactions at the same time while your units are doing damage from off-field, right? So I don't know. It's probably something like Dory's strongest C6 team is like Fischl, Farina, Nahida, probably, right? Is my guess. And you spec Dory probably into EM to trigger blooms. It is my guess, but yeah, she's relevant in the context of Farina, especially. Without Farina, you can do shenanigans like I showed that video, but I do think you want her constellation still, ideally. I don't remember which constellation's super important for it. We go into more detail in that video. It's a video I made with my friend Binge. He's the one that had that team idea, and he's used it for a long time. So, yep. Dory, Farina, Nahida, Tignari. Yeah, that's an interesting option, because you can just get the team-wide healing going, switch to Tignari, do his quick shots, switch back to Dory, do another skill on her, I think. What's her skill cooldown? How does that line up? Where is she? Good lord. Why is it so hard to find characters? There it is. Yeah, 9 seconds. Yeah, so like something like Dory skill, do some normal attacks, get the healing going. Switch to Tignari, do Tignari, switch back to Dory, do some, yeah, that'd be interesting. Yeah. And Kale. Maybe I'll do a video on her eventually, but the problem is, like, she's definitely like a, and then she's a Dendro unit, so like she'd require to be like level 90 if I actually want to do anything with her. The most notable thing that Kale does is front-loaded Dendro in her burst, and that's kind of mostly it. I do think she has a constellation that buffs. Yeah, she has a C4 that buffs EM of teammates, not herself for some reason. Because, oh god, it would have been too powerful if Kale had 60 additional EM from C4. And then this is, oh yeah, this is extra Dendro application. So, you know, but I think that requires her frickin' skill hitting. And her skill hitting is sometimes not easy. So yeah. Kale is the least relevant unit in the banner. Quite frankly. Front-loaded Dendro is not irrelevant technically. But I think I'd rather like do Yao Yao as far as like short duration front-loaded Dendro on field. She doesn't need to be on field like Yao Yao does. So like, I don't know. It's like the one thing that she has relevant in her kit is front-loaded Dendro. So, you know. It's an option. But also something you don't have to do with her, with Constellations. Constellations are fairly minor, so low value pull, and she's free. So, anyways, build Candace, mostly with HP and ER. Enough ER to burst consistently, and then HP. That's it. Whether you're using her with Mualani or Arlecchino with C6. Other use cases for front-loaded Dendro, generating a bunch of Dendro cores. Technically, you know, she could use her as a burst DPS, right? Like, there's nothing to spec her into other than damage. So as long as you have enough ER, she could be a little bit of burst damage by, like, every time she applies Dendro, she will trigger some spread. So I suspect you can probably get Kali to do in the neighborhood of like 100,000 damage at probably a low amount with a meaningful amount of investment. So, yeah. Do you have to level Candace's talents? No, not for supportive utility. Only reason to level is for her damage. But anyways, only time I see Kali is from the speedrunning side of community for Nilu teams. Oh yeah, there you go. Dendro core generation. so Nilu speedruns basically. Yeah. It should be good for a Rio melt team. I'm assuming you're asking about Xilonen. Yeah. So what? Yeah, like teams like a Rio melt team, right? Wherein how do you like get a VV swirl, right, for a melt team, like with Rio? People I think either tend to use like Rio's burst for like to have a bunch of cryo that applies, like they use it at like the end of rotation to overwrite any pyro, and then they use that to like swirl. Or actually, I don't know if it's at the end of the rotation. I don't know. People use Rio's burst before like using a skill, and then swirl cryo to be able to have VV buff going, or whatever other strategies. A second cryo technically, but like there's not really any ideal second cryo teammate for a melt Rio team. So yeah, I showed the Emily build earlier. It's a good Emily build. 80 crit rate, 200 and some crit damage. Maybe needs a little bit more ER. Yeah, Xilonen with Rio should be a good context because of the fact that even if you don't get the damage percent bonus, right? You don't need to trigger like cryo crystallize to get the red shred, and the red shred is more significant than the damage bonus, right? You'll just have that versus like Kazuha, you need to swirl cryo, and it's just going to be a pain in the arse, especially with like the duration issue. Because you could do something like, I don't know, start at a rotation with a normal attack on Rio, swirl, but then you gotta like do your setup with your Xiangling Bennett for melt Rio or whatever, right? And then you've lost like 4 seconds of your buff by the time you switch back to Rio, and you only have like 6 seconds of VV buff going at most, maybe. Xilonen has much higher uptime or buff, so you could do the same thing, start with a normal attack or whatever, or burst, and then get the cryo crystallize going. That buff will last, different parts of the buff last different amounts of time, so that's 15 to 20 seconds versus only like the 8 to 10 second buff that Kazuha's gives. And then you get the rest shard regardless, so even if you screw it up or didn't get the crystallize, whatever happens, you will still have red shred going, right? So I do think Xilonen would be meaningfully better in most circumstances for Rio melt, and for mini melt teams compared to Kazuha. But there is of course the asterisk of maybe the grouping is important. So, yep. No, she's not in game already because maintenance hasn't even started yet. So, how to use Candace with Mualani? No, I didn't do a video on it. You press E on Candace, you go and swirl Hydro, and you have Xiangling Pyro going, or maybe other hypothetical future Pyro off-field units. And then you get big number on Mualani. That's basically it. Yeah. It's not that complicated, sorry. I didn't make a video about that because it wasn't that interesting to me. Also, I think C6 Candace semi-breaks it. It's weird. Let me go test that. I think what happens is that Candace's C6 procs and can sometimes overwrite your Pyro, right? So my Xiangling does not have enough ER for this, to be clear. But let's do something like that. Alright, come to me. I'd like to get Get swirls on all of them. Why is the one dude? Please. Alright, there we go. Please, yeah. So, yeah, you saw like the issue there. I shouldn't have done a normal attack, to be clear. I kind of screwed myself a little bit with the extra application there from her C6, but it's not impossible to still use Candace C6 with this, right? But yeah, you can see, right? It's not impossible by any means. So Candace C6, some people have said like it completely breaks it. It doesn't completely break it, but it can make it feel a little bit more clunky, is what I would say. Also, yeah, that team doesn't have a healer, which is why like I in particular am not really playing it. I do prefer teams that are slightly more comfortable than no healer. You could technically put Sucrose on Prototype Amber, but you don't normally want to burst with her there, I don't think, because it would screw up your... Well, I don't know. If you burst and get a Hydro Infusion, that actually might help things. Wait, no, not a Hydro Infusion. Sorry, a Pyro Infusion. So... Nah, I don't know, right? It's possible you might be able to do something with Sucrose Burst, but it probably makes it harder to play, ultimately. Yeah. So... Xilonen never has enough ER? No, of course not. That's another reason I don't want to play that. I don't want to do Xilonen instructors 300 ER. It seems out of reach for me right now. I'll do eventually. Cobra, Xilonen main DPS teams, they'll be fine. Well, okay. Cloud Retainer teams will be fine because Cloud Retainer, Xilonen, Farina. There you go, right? And then you need to do a second Geo, to be clear. So, you know, be that Kachina, Chiori, Zhongli, I don't know, right? Chiori might actually be the most... Even without Chiori, with Chiori C0 not having 2 dolls, because she doesn't generate a construct, I think Chiori still might be one of the best second slots for that, or second Geos for that team. You lose a little bit of Geo damage bonus, like you don't have Kachina on the support set or whatever. And you lose Farina damage. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Chiori C0 is actually better for that team versus Chiori, or versus Kachina. That'd be interesting to test, though. But, yeah, Cloud Retainer, Farina, at a baseline, like, that's just a decent amount of damage, and then Kachina buffs Farina a little bit, and then you'd use Xilonen plunging. It'll be decent enough, I think, to clear, particularly in single target situations. Particularly in abysses like this one that aren't that hard. But will it be good? Like on like a meta level, if you're gonna now do a math numbers breakdown analysis compared to like Kanich's damage output, no. Like Kanich should be stronger. But it's a thing you can do. It's a fun thing you can do with their kit ultimately, and it's certainly a heck of a lot more valuable than like DPS Kachina will be, right? That's what I can tell you for sure. So, yeah. Without Cloud Retainer, I think we'll mess around with something without Cloud Retainer, most likely, but I don't think it will be very good, quite frankly, is my guess, but I haven't actually checked. I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. We'll do DPS Xilonen without Cloud Retainer, and with. Jotted that down, make sure I don't forget. Can I do Xilonen, Zhongli, Albedo, Navia? No, not unless Xilonen is the one you wanted to keep on field. She will not buff in Mono Geo. She will only buff in Double Geo. Without C2, to be clear. But I do not think that's really that much of a problem. Just do Double Geo. It'll be fine. It has upsides in many ways. Yeah, I know we're getting a lot of repeat questions because of people don't watch the previous bits of the stream. So yeah, Cloud Retainer makes everyone a plunge DPS. Well, the difference is Xilonen can do plunge DPS without Cloud Retainer. but Cloud Retainers gives a really big plunge buff. And if you're going to DPS Xilonen, you also need to not have you can only have one Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, or Electro teammate. And that kind of pushes you toward, and she's def scaling, right? So it pushes you towards Farina, basically as the main buffer for DPS Xilonen. So you're doing double Geo. Like your DPS Xilonen is pretty restrictive, right? You're basically doing Farina and double Geo. With Kachina being the most like obvious, easy option on the support set. And then it's like, okay, who do you put in the last slot that isn't a Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, or Electro teammate? Because that would make it so you can't do DPS Xilonen. Well, you need because Xilonen is DPSing, you do need a healer, right? So it needs to be a healer. So it's just Cloud Retainer. Like, she doesn't really. The only alternative is like Jean technically, but it's just going to be a lot worse than Cloud Retainer, obviously. So yeah. Oh well. Reply about her C2 uptime. Her C2 uptime is basically indefinite. Like her C2 buff will be up the same amount of uptime as her normal buff, her Rise Shred buff. Right? Because the C2 buff is worded specifically as when her samples are activated, you get these buffs. And the samples are activated for 15 seconds after, having, 2 Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, Electro teammates, maxing out her Night Soul points. It drains her Night Soul automatically and then activates the samples. So for 15 seconds, you will have the C2 buff, which is exactly the same duration as her Red Shred buff. It's the same. If you have Red Shred, you have C2 buff going. The only weird nuance is her Electro buff is not a buff, it is a specific one-time instance of something that happens, and her cooldown works in a way that you might be able to abuse the C2 Electro buff, but I don't know. There might be some secret cooldown that is not mentioned. I hope there's not. We'll see. Are you ever going to stream or make videos for other games? I have. And I will, but like, it's not how YouTube operates in niches. If I'm actually going to make a serious amount of videos for other things, ultimately my time is focused on growing what works. And like, I don't hate Genshin. I want to see it improve. So like, I rant about it, I want to see them be better. But, I enjoy thinking about and making content for Genshin. It's what I'm used to at this point. I have ideas for other things, and it's likely I will make non-Genshin videos. But, it's my default focus. And like, quite frankly, like, if I start making a bunch of Zenless videos, that would hurt my channel really, really badly. If I start making, do a Genshin video this week, do a Zenless video this week, then do a Genshin video, then do a Zenless video, it will murder my average views. I'm not kidding. YouTube really doesn't like if you post videos that a bunch of your viewers watch, but then a bunch of your viewers don't watch, right? Like, it will hurt. The performance of my like Genshin videos will go down substantially if I start making a bunch of Zenless videos. And same thing for any other games. Splitting your audience is a bad idea, right? You want to operate within your niche. So ultimately, if I'm going to make other content, it's probably going to be on another channel if I'm going to commit to it. But right now, my time is focused on growing the small channel I have that is successful as it is, and I can work on side projects as I desire. I can tell you for a non-Genshin video, like, or streams, I will like stream Zenless potentially. And I might try to stream eventually, maybe, if I ever actually start feeling in the mood to stream on Twitch. Other games, more casual game streams, less focused concepts. And then I might do an edited video soon, TM, maybe, of games I'm playing that are not gacha games, because I play a bunch of games that are not gacha games. Or I have played, and I also have played a ton of games that aren't gacha games. And most of my favorite games are, believe it or not gacha games. And I think that's important, so I might make that video eventually, but anyways. Wuwa? No. I played Wuwa. The more I played Wuwa, the more it made me dislike Wuwa. I'm sorry. That's my opinion. I don't like the game. I think it's too much of an unrefined mess for me and does not meet the quality standards I think are necessary for a gacha, and has too much gacha BS that just angered me. So, Wuwa made me hate Wuwa. I'm sorry. Star Rail broke me too. I'm sorry. I played Star Rail for a while,
Is this really
like over
necessary?
a year. I was a regular Star Rail player. And they killed me. They killed me with the stupid Sim Universe farming thing. It was the straw, to be clear. There's great things about Star Rail, but like, there's also problems that it has. So, yep, I don't know. Zenless is the only other gacha I'm playing right now. And it's really the only one I want to play right now. So, yep. Didn't like the direction the character's going in HSR. Yeah, that is definitely part of the problem. I just didn't like the direction they were going. And then the straw that broke me was the fact that they finally made like simulated universe like more easy to like farm
You really are a one-trick
recurringly, which is always an extreme annoyance in trying to farm like ornaments because of the two separate things you had to farm for equipment, artifact equivalent in Star Rail. And then they made it, they literally called it save files, and then it deletes the save files every week. It just angered me on a visceral level that they would do that. And like, if they didn't call it save files, I probably would have been like, this is just an annoying gotcha BS thing. But it was presented as save files, and they deleted them. What the f***? God, it makes me angry thinking about it. Like, you don't make save files and then delete them every week. By the way, Zenless doesn't do this. Zenless has a save file mode for one of their like roguelite mode, and they don't delete every week. To be clear, that's because like the Zenless is a little bit, that mode is like not quite equivalent, to be clear, because you don't farm artifacts for it, so it's not as important. Whereas like in Star Rail, it's more important that it actually would have saved. God, it angered me so much. I'm sorry. It's the straw that broke me. Like, to be clear, it's a minor nitpick. I get it. It's a gotcha BS thing that they're forcing you to actually spend time that you don't actually necessarily want to spend, because it gotta force you to spend time. The farming bullcrap. But like, God, it annoys me. It annoyed me so much in the moment, and it broke me. Like I am not going to reinstall Star Rail, except maybe when the 5-star Tingyun comes out, and then I'll just uninstall it right away, because I have an obsession for Tingyun. Like, I'm not even gonna play the game. I'm just gonna get Tingyun and then leave. Probably not gonna spend money. I'm gonna try to use my existing pulse I think I had.
You really are a one-trick pony.
Anyways, so Xilonen C1 interruption resistance work the same as Nubilet C1. No. It's not a very high value interruption resistance to keep things simple. Wait, drip for Tingyun is tomorrow? Oh, okay. By the way, if I don't like her design, I won't. I have to like her design. Anyways. And I also have to like her kit. Even if I'm not gonna play, I have to like her kit. Because of like the design of the kit annoys me. And like I just like Tingyun's normal kit more. Why bother? If I like normal Tingyun more, why do I care? So, anyways. Anyways, C1 Chiori, would that be worthwhile? I don't know. It depends how much you like Chiori. The notable thing with C1 Chiori is like now you can use her full damage. You can get her full damage potential in any team that just has a Geo teammate, right? Which is probably how she should have been designed as a baseline. But it's still definitely a thing of like only if you really like Chiori, and Chiori's not useless without it. It's just, you know, she gains a few more team options. I'd say the notable thing with Chiori, that Chiori C1 is more valuable now if you have Xilonen, because you can do the Xilonen Chiori C1 combo, right? And be able to get Xilonen buff for Chiori, have the defensive unit, off-field DPS unit combo. And like, to be clear, Chiori C0 could still be a compelling unit to pair with Xilonen with the double Geo team core at C0. But she will obviously get a meaningful upgrade from it. Because before Xilonen, I'd say like Chiori C1 was mostly basically like, okay, it'll give her like her higher damage output in Navia teams. But it's not like it would crazily increase a Navia team's general damage output profile that much. But having the 2-unit core of Xilonen and Chiori C1 might make it a bit more compelling. But yeah, by the way, I do plan to hopefully get Chiori C0, and I don't want her C1 because the main reason I specifically want her is to test her, mostly in the context of like how relevant the Kachina Chiori core is, and Kachina enables double dolls on Chiori. So I will actually be slightly annoyed if like I do a 10 pull, get Chiori C1 in one 10 pull or something. That would greatly annoy me. I'll leave it on activated. Xylo C1 or R1? On an individual level, the weapon is more valuable than Xilonen C1. But keep in mind, Xilonen C1 gets you closer to Xilonen C2. And there's a lot of relevant things about Xilonen C2. So, you know, and also wishing on character banner. If you're in a situation of like, you have 150 wishes, you wish for Xilonen, you get C0, and now you're like, you have 70 wishes left. You have decided you want higher investment on Xilonen. You're not gonna do the smart thing of saving your wishes. And you're just gonna wish more. Either do you wish for Xilonen C0, Xilonen C1, or Xilonen's weapon. Because 70 wishes is not enough to guarantee either, right? On an individual value level, the weapon is more valuable, but I wouldn't wish on the weapon banner in that context because of the fact that you can't guarantee the weapon with 70 wishes. You might be able to get close. If you get in early, obviously you might be able to. But Xilonen C0, right, if you're going for Xilonen C1, hey, the interruption resistance can maybe be valuable. How often will it actually prevent you from being interrupted? I don't know. It's not that high amount of an interruption resistance value. It's a little bit misleading for them to... I don't like how they word interruption resistance in kit descriptions in the game, because they just say, it gives interruption resistance, which implies that it's going to like always make it so you don't get interrupted, and Xilonen's interruption resistance is definitely not a always never get interrupted interruption resistance. So other than that, it just makes her slightly better for an on-field DPS, but it's like not that crazy. So Xilonen C1 is not that significant, right? But if you have 70 wishes, putting 70 wishes on character banner, hey, if you lose the 50-50 at least for Xilonen C1, you have a guarantee for a future character, right? Whereas if you have 70 wishes and you spend that on frickin' weapon banner, maybe you got Chiori's weapon and hopefully that could be useful, but also maybe you got a crappy standard banner weapon and now you have a fate point and you might not have enough wishes to be able to guarantee the weapon. Because there's no carryover, right? There is a carryover if you get a standard banner weapon, but that only guarantees getting one of the two featured weapons the next banner, not the specific one. So, like, weapon banner, my point is, like, weapon banner is still a scam if you don't have enough wishes to guarantee. If you do have enough wishes to guarantee, then the weapon is more valuable than C1 if you're directly comparing the value of either of them. Probably. Particularly because the weapon can be used on non-Xilonen characters, right? You could put it on... What do you put it on? Farina? You think I'm joking. I'm not. You could put it on Freda. Probably give her an additional 15% damage bonus with the def percent weapon. You could put it on Albedo, obviously. You could put it on... Who's the compelling units for def percent sword? Bennett. Like, yes, it would be lower base attack than like a sapwood blade, but like it's definitely less compelling if you have like an Aquila or whatever missplitter for Bennett. But if you currently have like a sapwood blade Bennett, you know, Xilonen's weapon on Bennett could actually be usable. It could be an okay option. Like, you're losing a little bit of attack buff, but gaining a universal damage bonus, which is good. Probably not. I mean, maybe, since kind of all you care about sometimes using her for is for just being a free animo that can use VV, and you could just build her for defense and whatever. Like, it's technically a use case, honestly. Again, technically Dendro Traveler if you meet their ER needs, but like probably not. You would struggle to meet their ER needs. Xingqiu, same category. Technically, you could turn him into more of a buffer, and that might be more valuable than speccing him into more damage if you can meet his ER otherwise, but probably not worthwhile. a Kazuha. Unironically, maybe, yeah. I mean, like, better than a EM weapon? Probably not, because, like, what does the EM weapon give as far as damage bonus goes? Calculator is 165 times 0.04. It's the same amount of EM as, like, Iron Sting. 6.6% damage bonus, right? And if you use the def percent sword, when you have as much defense percent substats as I do, he'd probably have, what, 2k defense? So, yeah, you'd get more damage bonus, technically, from, I think, Xilonen's weapon than you would from Iron Sting. So, technically, yeah. So, I don't know. Point is, there's weird use cases for her weapon, I think. Maintenance going down in an hour. What a surprise. So yeah, update in about 5-ish hours, or 6 hours, sorry. Death build Chi-Chi, yeah, maybe. So, anyways, her weapon has valuable relevance as for supportive utility, and the weapon banner could be less bad than many weapon banners because of the fact that it has Shiori's weapon. And Shiori's weapon can give, it's one of the more compelling generic statistic swords, I would say. Not necessarily the best one. It's not going to be a best in slot for many units, other than Shiori. But it gives enough of different stats. It gives skill damage bonus, defense, of course, and normal attack damage bonus, and 542 base attack with 88.2 crit damage. Especially since they keep on releasing 40% crit rate sets. Crit damage has a lot of value nowadays. So like, yeah. I think the weapon banner is an okay risk to go for, depending on what your overall weapon situation looks like. I really wish they had put the Plunge Claymore 4-star in the banner, though. Best character to lose is the 50-52, the one you want. Jean, if you don't have her, and need healers for Farina. Dia for pyro application options, and the fact that she gets the most value from her constellations over time. Tignari if you just want the most usable DPS unit at a baseline. But ultimately, your favorite standard banner character is the one that's the best to lose to. Or Chaska. Wink. Wink. Look, I don't know that she's standard banner yet.
10 points for agility.
I'm sorry. Shovel polearm for Kachina. Yeah, true. Anyways, C6 Tignari. Yeah, no, Tignari is still one of the better ones to get constellations for. Yeah. So, anyways. Alright, don't know if I missed any other questions, but I think we've had a good enough yap about Xilonen's nuances. She's a good character. Worth considering polling. But, if you have a meaningfully invested account, as always, every character is not a must pull. But, she's still potentially very viable. We'll have her tomorrow. You can check out the wishing video tomorrow. Should be out approximately 12 hours and... No, sorry, that was wrong. 17 hours from now is when it should be out. And we'll do some Xilonen testing and see if I was right. But I'd be very surprised if any of my takes were wrong, because she's... there's comparable enough things available in the game that she's a very easy unit to evaluate, ultimately. So yeah. Will I not stream the wishing? Nope, I don't stream wishing. Sorry. I edit it, because it's easier for me. Yep. Bye-bye. And if you just joined, rewind the stream, because I yapped obviously earlier on too. I recommend building her just for enough ER to burst consistently if you need to heal her ninjas. And then, any def you have is just nice for increasing her healing. I'm going to use a fab build def healing bonus. You can do craftable weapon, ER timepiece, def healing bonus for maximized healing. Or you could do fab def crit rate for a more accessible build. She'll still heal decently, but maybe you want a little bit more healing for Farina. But it depends what you got for substats and whatever going on. So yeah, you'll see the build in action tomorrow though.